His name is Grezlikowski.
Okay. Mr. Grezlikowski.
Mr. Grezlikowski.
Yes.
I don't know if this lady by the name of Angela Foster is Mr. We'll take a chance here.
Angela Foster's with me on the call.
Yes, she's
Okay.
with Wanda.
Yeah. Okay.
So Wanda, I'm going to ask that you keep yourself muted with your video off until we get to your delegation.
Okay, are we live now? It's 9 o'clock.
You are now.
Good morning, everyone, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. Disclose your pecuniary interest or the general nature thereof. And if you find yourself in that situation, please make it known. Delegations. Please be advised that in accordance with the Council's procedure bylaw, no decision will be made this morning on delegations. The committee will do one of the following: refer the matter to staff for report, refer the matter to a future budget deliberation, or take no action. We don't seem to have Mr. Grezlikowski in yet, so we're going to go ahead with C2, Wanda Minnings, Severn. Wanda, if you'd like to come aboard. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Thanks for having myself, and I have Angela Foster with me. Angela is the Parent Council Chair at Severn Shores Elementary School in Cumberland Beach. So Angela, over to you. We're going to tag team.
Okay, go ahead.
Morning, everybody. Thank you for allowing us to present this morning. Off the top, I'm Angela Foster, and as Wanda said, I'm a chair of the school council at Severn Shores Public School, and I have a child that goes there, and also I live in the community. Off the top, I wanted to acknowledge the last 4 weeks of support that we have received as a community from multiple folks. The OPP, Sergeant Mike Kitchen, has been invaluable in sending out officers to enforce, educate, and promote positive safety actions in the community. Of course, Mayor Mike Burkett has engaged with the township. He has been incredibly involved in ensuring that the signage that is required has been installed and responding to the immediate safety issues that we brought forward. Also engaging with bylaw to have more bylaw officers out here to, again, promote safe actions in front of the school. The Simcoe County District School Board has also been incredibly supportive. While this is taking place off their property, they have requested an internal review of the morning drop-off and pickup, and so that is in progress. And I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who has been involved in this, because we're very appreciative. This is it for everybody in responding to the immediate safety needs of the community. And we look forward to further working with you as we move forward to address these further. And I'll turn that over to Wanda for this part.
Thanks, Angela.
Yeah, thanks, Angela. So on May 17th, so just 4 weeks ago, when a parent posted to our local community West Shore Facebook group that has over 2,000 families that are active members on this group, a near tragedy, an incident where her and her child and a neighbor's child that she was walking to school were almost hit by a truck that was parked on the sidewalk and proceeded to back up into them. So when that was posted to Facebook, 111 comments, reactions happened instantly. And they were all absolutely, this is not acceptable. So we knew that that this had raised an issue. And then we read the comments that said, this is not the first time this had happened, although it was the first time it was brought to for example, my attention. So that 111 comments plus 54 reactions. So Angela approached me, and together with the parents, we communicated with them and got some more detail and did some fact finding. And we made a conscious effort that evening to not continue the dialogue on social media, but rather reach out to partners and stakeholders like yourselves. So we sent an email the next day to the township and many of the staff who we thought were there. So Jane, Mike, and others, the OPP and the school board, and had a 30-minute meeting over the lunch hour, because Angela and I both have to take vacation time or lunch hours to have these kinds of meetings. So we had just the OPP attend, although we had feedback from others who weren't able to. So township, absolutely. School board, same thing. So we knew, we presented ourselves as allies. We understand that parents are the offenders as far as school safety, drop off, pickup. So that happened on, the meeting happened on May 19th, increased bylaw presence, increased township. Angela also decided, and Angela led a petition that had over 250 signatures, and then we took it down quickly so we could share it with the township. So that's framing it out. We've learned a lot since then. This is not isolated to Severn Shores, certainly not Severn Township. And actually it's quite a North American issue, just by a quick Google search all through Canada, the US. So we're all speaking to the converted here. What we wanted to do is let you know that as one of the most populous, if not the most populous areas, wards in the township, we are allies. We have a very strong community presence that's formed over the last few years. We have lots of formal groups like the Parent Council that's very active, and informal groups. And we want you to consider us as you're making decisions for enhancements and for community safety all across Ward 4. So when we get to the why, and this is really where we're going to sort of summarize our talk with you today, why are certain parents dropping off and picking up or parking on the roads or whatever? And we ask those questions. We don't have the answers. So what we've heard from parents and is that they are afraid just themselves, walking from the most southernmost point of the walk to area, which is South Shore Crescent, sort of near where you live. So West Shore Crescent, if they walk to the school, and then even from the northernmost point at the end of Lakeside Drive, the school's central to those areas. They're not busing areas, they're too close. The only sidewalks in this whole area for hundreds and hundreds of families is a small strip in front of the school. And I think that was an enhancement that was made when the crosswalk was put in just prior to COVID. And that's great. We're a young school, 6 years old, or, it'll be 6 years this September. But if with parents being afraid to walk as pedestrians, never mind send their kids to school in the mornings and then home again along busy roadways that are just getting busier, this is the why. And I think that's the problem that council needs to address. And we're bringing that recommendation forward, is that enhanced no parking signs are great, but without safe walkways, sidewalks, we're not the experts. We all completed the master plan transportation survey earlier this year. So it's all part and parcel. We also spoke to the foreman doing some work on Grand Tamarack. So that's between the Tim Hortons by the Highway 11 and looping into the subdivision, ending at Bayou Road. And that sidewalk, as I'm sure you know, we found out is away from the roadway. So there's going to be a grass area between the road and the sidewalk, but it ends at Bayou. And I'll tell you that the majority of kids don't live on the way to Tim Hortons. As a matter of fact, there's only 4 or 5 houses there. What about the other 300 or 400? So the sidewalk's a good first step, but we're wondering why that sidewalk got priority. And we certainly hope that over the summer that sidewalk will continue along, start to continue, and we see more sidewalks and more safety. The other thing is that parents are telling us the sidewalks that are on Cumberland Road on both sides of the school, there's no distinction between the road and the sidewalk. The sidewalk, as a matter of fact, is flush. There are no curbs either. So it makes it very easy for a car to swing by just for a quick moment to drop someone off. But at the same time, there's a crosswalk, there's a four-way stop, there's people coming from all sections. And it's creating a concern, and none of us want to have anyone injured or worse. And because we've been made aware of it, we are going to continue to advocate together with you, the OPP, the school board, to continue to reach out into the community and find these solutions, and then find the resources so that the township actually puts some safety concerns into place. That school, since it opened, is an invitation by law to invite people to walk to it twice a day and back. And we have all partners, not just you here on the committee, but we all have a responsibility to make sure that happens correctly. So there are some quick solutions that our communities come forward with. Put in curbs along the existing sidewalks. Put a 5-inch curb along the roadway. And when you do build sidewalks, please, in West Shore, and we will be, hoping that that's certainly on the very near future. Do not run them along the side of the road. Put something in between. We're talking about great weather here. May 17th was a beautiful sunny day, but I'd also invite you not just to do those routes yourselves as pedestrians tomorrow, for example, once in the morning, once in the afternoon, to experience that fear yourself. I've done that, but try it in the winter when there's snow plows and mush and everything. It's an accident waiting to happen. I think we've created a perfect storm, and we want to prevent that from happening. So for us as next steps, just to wind it up, we are going to continue to invite you to participate in, and when we do social media posts, if we choose to go that route, in further surveys, in anonymous forms that we might put in through MS Teams or something to get feedback, and certainly community meetings. The community really wants to see continued the response to the signs. They were above and beyond our expectations going on the feeder streets. I counted, I don't know if you have 15 or 18 signs. We were looking for 2 or 3. I mean, huge kudos to council and to everyone. We just want you to know, don't forget about us as allies and partners. It's just a handful of parents who are the offenders, and we want to work together with you. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Wanda and Angela. Derek Burke, our Public Works Director, is online, and he is heard as well as the rest of us, your safety concerns, and glad that Derek could get out there and work as fast as they did. And also just one comment from me. Thank you for taking it off Facebook. Please don't deal with them. Please deal with our township staff. That's really appreciate that, Wanda and Angela. Does Derek want to say anything before I go to committee?
Through the chair, no, thank you.
Okay, and we'll go to Member Burkett.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Madam Clerk, how much can I say if it's in regards to what has happened at Severn Shores? Am I able to just speak about the school itself?
You mean with respect to conversations the township's had with the school board?
No. Well, what happened last week with the school board consortium, or is that something I need to speak to later?
I think the CA.
Okay, CAO Laurie Kennard, would you like to say something?
No, I was, yes, through the chair, I was just going to answer Mayor Burkett's question. I think, Allison, the question, he wants to not give staff direction, but just give a little bit more information. Of
yes.
Oh,
yeah, certainly.
So I think that's okay.
All right. So I was gonna bring, through you, Madam Chair, I was gonna bring council up to date in my committee updates, but I'll just speak to Angela and Wanda and the rest of the people in West Shore. So with the problems we've been having at the school, and it's not isolated to Severn Shores by any means, as you have stated, it's throughout North America. There are problems, and it may be COVID related, with parents wanting to drive their kids to school rather than allowing them to walk or dropping them off, as I witnessed, and as many of us have witnessed at that area. So I reached out to our school board trustee last week, Jody Lloyd, asked for a meeting at the school with the consortium to get a better feel as to what we needed to do better to make it safer for everyone that was using the school. That was Thursday or Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday morning. Friday morning, I received or Thursday night, I received an invitation for Friday morning at 9. They both met me there with Jody, and we had a good discussion based on what Mike Kitchen had said to me regarding making it safer. The consortium wants to leave it the way it is. And I did forget, now Derek was present as well and provided a diagram. There is a kiss and ride that was supposed to be adhered to by the school board as part of their site plan, which they are not adhering to. They now place cones where the buses come in and not allowing parents to turn around. So basically from the meeting, what we arrived at was that everything is good the way it is, but they're going to have a huge campaign at the end of August inviting, and it's the parents that need to be educated. I'm sorry, it's the parents that are the problem. And I hate to say that. Everyone's child is precious, not only the one, your child, but every child is precious. And every pedestrian that's trying to come across to use the school. And it's right across the county of Simcoe. It's not isolated, as I said, to Severn Shores. So there's going to be a huge campaign at the end of August, and the principals are going to be involved. The OPP are going to be involved as well to try and make it safer for everyone that's accessing or making use to the school. As soon as the stop signs went up, and I think, Wanda, you said to me, as soon as those stop, no parking signs went up, now parents were using the side streets and actually walking their children to school rather than parking on Cumberland Street. I think that's what you said to me.
Yeah, no, the signs went up on Friday, and I don't have knowledge of that because I haven't been there. Angela may.
Anyways, the signs are up, and hopefully parents are adhering to it. So I just wanted to explain to you what the consortium had said, and along with the principal, as I had stated, they're going to try and make it work so that, and I didn't realize that Severn Shores, there's 2 entrances. So they have all the kids funneling through the one entrance where the kiss and ride should be. So in my mind, I thought the crosswalk was in the wrong spot. It is not. We're going to try and educate parents and kids to use the crosswalk where it is. And if they choose to use the northern entrance to access the playground and school, that may be a better avenue, but only through education are we going to be able to help everyone make it safe for all. And I also had them, while they were there, I asked if they would stop at Marchmount and assess that one, but I'll speak to council to that in my updates later on. But having problems with Marchmount as well, it's not isolated, as I said, only to Severn Shores. But I want to thank you both for everything that you've done and trying to keep everyone safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other conversation regarding this? If not, I thank Wanda and Angela for coming today with us. And Allison, do we have a motion for this?
Thank you. It's just that the delegation from Wanda Minnings and Angela Foster regarding the Severn Shores Public School petition and concerns be received for information.
I need a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by member Stevens, seconded by member Cox. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good day, girls. C1, Mr. Grezlikowski. Sorry, you got put on hold there. If you can unmute, we welcome you aboard.
There you go.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes,
This is the first time I use the Zoom, so sorry for the maybe a little bit technicalities problem, but I hope I can deal with them. And I want to first apologize that I'm taking your time, but I've been left with no options to present my problem to the council and the mayor. And what I would like to say, it's the problem is that we've been charged with the penalty of our delay of paying taxes, which we never really wants to delay those payments. We try to inquire for many times staff of the township of Severn, and we always get the answer, don't worry, wait for we will contact you. So finally, in a couple of weeks ago, we called Severn Town offices, and we find out that we owning the taxes to the Severn Township, which wasn't a surprise for us because we were prepared for it. But the problem was that we've been also billed for the delaying of the payment of the unpaying taxes for the 4 years. I would like to present, if you don't mind, I prepared a little presentation. I think I can present it. So this is the timeline of the construction start in the June 2017 on the 3224 Carlyon line. And we've been, of course, we bought this property year before, and we started the construction paying the property taxes for just for the land for $11.13. And then when the construction ends, we get the occupational for unfinishing place on the address, as you can see, 322 Carlyon line, that we can. So we move to this house in the June 2018. And since there, we live there, and we start to inquire about the taxes because that was the portion of our budget. So my wife called the tax office in May 2019, and she's been told to wait because first the impact assessment need to be completed, and then property taxes will be calculated according to it. She was also advised to save the money because what's happened, it might take some time, and lots of people are surprising when they finally get the bill and they not prepare for it. So we save the money and wait patiently for the bill to come. And in November 2019, we get the impact assessment on the address 3224 Carlyon line, which we assume that the township get this one and calculate the taxes, and we wait for the bill to come. And because the bill didn't come, I mentioned to the last and final inspection of our house, to the one of the inspector, that we been here for the 2 years and we didn't get any taxes paid yet. And he said, oh, don't worry, I will pass those information to the tax offices and they will be dealing with this. So we again wait, and in November 2020, we get the check, was the deposit for the completed grading, and the check was sent to the 322 Carlyon line, signed by the director of the treasurer. So that implies that the county is aware of our current address. So we wait again, and in June 2021, we still didn't get the bill. So my wife went to the Severn Township offices, and she'd been told that because of the COVID, everything is delayed and put on the hold. So finally, we will get the bill. But during all our inquiries, and particularly for this June 21, nobody told us that the bill was already sent to the address which we haven't lived for the like past 6 years in the Jessica 66 in Bear. So we wait again, and finally in May 2022, we finally get the information about our taxes, which was calculated 21,700, as you can see. And then the penalty was $5,800, which is really shocked us. And we've been told that the township was sending the bill to the 66 Jessica Drive. We haven't lived there for the long time. And we, of course, didn't know it. So, you know, we were assuming that the township know our current address, as we, you know, get some many information from the township on our address, and we inquire about the bill. So there is. We were never informed that we have any outstanding balance of our account during our inquiry. And we've never been told that the bill was already issued and then it was sent to the different address. So I'm asking you, Council, you know, to avoid this penalty, as we already pay you know, the portion of the taxes which we own the 2 days after we get the information.
Okay, thank you.
I guess that's all what I can say.
That's okay. If you can unshare your screen, we'll go to committee for comments.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Glosky. Any comments from committee? Member Cox. You need to unmute, Member Cox.
You're muted.
Good.
I was just through the chair to Andrew, our treasurer, if he had anything he would like to say. Or do we just send it back for a report?
No, we don't need a report. Andrew.
I was going to say through the chair to Member Cox, I do believe the only option is for us to report back to council.
Yep. Yeah, because we can't make a decision today. So it would have to go for a report, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Member Taylor.
I have a question to Mr. Grezlikowski. So when the township sent the information to the Jessica Drive address,
yes,
who was living there at that time, and why wouldn't the mail be sent back?
You see, the problem is clearly described that we've been request for the mail be sent back to our address for the Canada Post, which was only half a year. And the people who live over there, how I can say that, they came from the different culture, and they probably even don't know that there's such a thing as returning the mail or something exists, right? So you know, like I asked them to return the mail, but that's what I say. They came from the different culture, and you know, and it's the kind of the differences. That's what I've been told by the, you know, the old Canadian way. It's, you know, to just return the mail, but you know, in their culture, maybe it's something different. So I cannot say why they didn't return it. The only thing is that, you know, I can say that we didn't get any information that the bill was already sent.
Thank you. Further, Member Taylor?
Just to follow up, I would certainly like to see a report from staff, but on the surface, it looks like this couple made an attempt to see what happened there, and I think we should be cognizant of that. So look forward to the report from Mr. Plunkett.
Any other comments?
Can I say something?
Sure, Mr. Glosky, go ahead.
I just only want to say that you know, staff did their work to send the bill. but they didn't do anything like, I don't know, extra step, or didn't during this time. Township has our current address. They have our phone, our email, had everything, and nobody really think like, why did those people don't paying the taxes for the 4 years, right? Maybe something wrong. I don't want to blame anything. Just that, even the system, which is, introduce to the community when we apply for the building permit, didn't say that we have to change our address, in each department separately. When we were dealing with the Severn Township, we were thinking that everything, it's they sharing kind of the information like the address, right? So that's all what I would like to say. Thank you.
Okay, so I think that we've heard your side, Mr. Grezlikowski, and it's certainly pretty plain here, but if council or committee wants a report, then we'll vote on it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So anything further? Okay, Allison, if you'd like to read the motion and we can vote on this.
No problem. So the motion reads that the delegation from, and forgive me for mispronouncing your name, so that the delegation from Wojtek Grezlikowski 3224 Carlyon line regarding his property tax penalties be received and referred for a staff report.
Okay, now, are you going to give Mr. Grezlikowski a time frame of when we might hear back from the staff on this one?
Madam Chair, perhaps we can move or second the motion first before put the motion on the floor before the treasurer can respond back to your question.
Okay, it's moved by Member Cox, seconded by Member Stevens. All in favor? Thank you. So, Andrew, could you answer that question for me, please, for Mr. Grezlikowski?
Certainly, to the chair. I can get a report on the next, likely on the next available meeting, which is for us. I might have already missed the deadline for the next meeting, but I can certainly try to do a report. I'm not sure if Allison can get it on the July. What's the meeting, Allison? Is it July 1st?
No, we don't have a July meeting. We have one next Wednesday, which will be June 29th.
Okay, and the agenda's not gone out yet?
The agenda goes out tomorrow afternoon.
So I can do a report today to get it on that meeting agenda.
That'd be great. So, Mr. Grezlikowski, you've got that date, and if you want to watch in again.
Sure, I would be glad. It's very important for me. It's about the $6,000. I know it's only my personal things and, taking the time so many people, but I don't have another option. And it's we dealing about the $6,000. That's only the reason, that I taking your time. Thank you very much.
You're not taking our time. That's what we're here for. Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
You have a good day, and we'll see you a couple of weeks. You probably won't be able to speak, but you can listen in. Okay.
I appreciated it, and you will send me the info about it.
Thank you very much. You have a good day.
Thank you. Bye.
So bye now. So we're moving along to consent agenda. Has anybody got anything to pull? Member Taylor.
I'd like to pull a 2.1 for new business, please.
Thank you.
Okay.
Member Cox.
2.4, please.
Okay.
And I would like to pull 2.3, 2.4, and 2.5, please.
Okay.
Anybody else? Okay, we'll move along to correspondence. No? Yeah. No, sorry. We're moving on down past that. Adoption of the regular agenda.
So the motion reads that the agenda be adopted, including consent items, with the exception of items D2.1, D2.3, D2.4, and D2.5.
Correct. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Member McIntyre, second by Member Taylor. All in favor? And that's carried. Okay, reports from officials for directions. Planning and Development, F11, Planning Report P22-023.
Thank you, Chair Dunlop, and good morning, committee members. Through you, Madam Chair, I'd just like to touch upon the assumption of municipal services for the 12-lot subdivision on Wood Avenue. As of a couple of years ago, there were just a few remaining items for that subdivision, which is typically an infill subdivision is what we call it, along the existing Wood Avenue. The remainder of the sidewalk was to be constructed and the stormwater swale system was to be completed. I'm happy to report those have been completed now for the 2-year maintenance period. And at this point in time, we have a request from the applicant and their consulting engineer to assume those services in the subdivision. Jeff Marshall of J. Marshall Engineering and Mr. Burke, Director of Public Works, have both accepted the services based on inspection, and we're willing to assume at this point in time. Thank you.
Good. Thanks, Andrea. Motion, Allison? Or is there any questions? Sorry. No? Allison?
Motion reads that planning report number P22-023 dated June 22nd, 2022, with respect to the assumption of municipal services for the 12-lot subdivision on Wood Avenue be received, and further that the Township of Severn assume all public roads and facilities within the subdivision, and further that staff be directed to bring forward an assumption bylaw to the next available council meeting.
Mover and a seconder. Moved by Member Stevens, seconded by Member Cox. All in favor. And that's carried. Okay, planning report P22-024, request for extension. Andrea, are you still up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, through you. So this request comes from Josh Morgan of Morgan Planning and Development on behalf of his client, Gasco Technology, Inc. So this is for a draft approved subdivision at 3185 Riverdale Drive. Currently has draft approval status for 21 lots. This was a historical approval by the former Ontario Municipal Board. The township has endorsed previous extensions in the past, and we are at a position whereby last year, under my delegated authority, I did endorse a 1-year extension under the delegation bylaw because it was anticipated that the approvals could be wrapped up within 1 year. Unfortunately, during that time, the environmental compliance or ECA certificate expired. We do know from other developments here that those approvals are taking 1 to 2 years with the Ministry of the Environment at this point in time. And also the site does contain several species at risk, and the Ministry of the Environment has also asked for additional species at risk monitoring. So unfortunately, the year was not enough time. I'm only eligible to do that delegated extension 1 time. So the matter is now before council again. And Mr. Morgan has requested 2 years. Under the Planning Act, we can go up to 3 years. So staff are recommending that we actually go with the 3 years because these things unfortunately sometimes take longer than anticipated. And the lands are recognized through the county's municipal comprehensive review process as being eligible for further development. They're proposed to be removed from the natural heritage system mapping and the agricultural system mapping at this point in time, based on the county documents. So we feel that at a staff level, the extension is appropriate at this time.
Thank you. Any questions? Member Burkett.
Thank you, through Madam Chair, to Ms. Woodrow. Are these new owners? Because this has been on the books for years, hasn't it? So somebody bought the new subdivision?
If I may, through you, Chair Dunlop, to Member Burkett. Actually, this is the same owner. Unfortunately, they've just run into some challenges with the expiration of the ECA, and the species at risk has to be undertaken on a regular basis because they can inhabit a site at any time. So we just have to make sure we're with current legislation. But to answer your specific question, Member Burkett, it's still the same owners.
Thank you.
I would agree with Andrea that we put it for 3 years. Now they can finish that up at any time, can't they, and move ahead?
Madam Chair, you are correct. That is a maximum time. They can finish the requirements and meet the conditions sooner than that, for sure.
I'd like to see the 3 year. I think you're correct on that. So any further questions? If not, Allison, do we have a motion?
Certainly. The motion reads that planning report number P22-024 dated June 22nd, 2022, with respect to the draft plan of subdivision for 3185 Riverdale Drive, file number SVT 0402, Riverdale Estates, be received, and that the Township of Severn endorse a 3-year extension of the draft plan of subdivision approval, which is scheduled to lapse on September 22nd, 2022. And further, that the County of Simcoe be advised of the Township's position in writing.
Okay, mover or seconder? Moved by Member Taylor, seconded by Member McIntyre. All in favor? And that's carried. Planning report P22-026. Andrea, you're still here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I'm pleased to report that Mr. Crown is here this morning to assist me with this matter. So I'm just going to turn it over to Mr. Crown, as he's well-versed on this report. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Crown. If you want to proceed, that's great.
Chair Dunlop, it's nice to see you. Members of council, good to see you as well. You do have the staff report, and attached to the staff report is our memorandum dated June 10th. And this is to bring you up to date on where the county is with respect to its municipal comprehensive review process, and in particular the release of the first proposed amendment to the county official plan to update the county official plan with respect to its lands needs assessment and its growth management strategy. I'm struggling a little bit, Chair Dunlop, on how much detail to get into. The report from staff is a request for staff and MHBC to continue to work together to develop and finalize formal comments to the County of Simcoe by its deadline. As you will have noted from the staff report and from our memorandum, the timeframes that have been afforded to local municipalities and stakeholders throughout this process to provide comments is fairly short. And the grounds are still changing, if you will. Our memo was dated June 10th. Since that time, planning staff from each of the local municipalities have had the opportunity to meet with the county on June 15th. And I have not yet had an opportunity to have a conversation with Andrea and her staff about the results of those discussions. And as well, the June 21st open house was actually held last night, and not a lot of new information or surprising information in the open house, but some additional tidbits that I think point us in a direction that we want to undertake in our review and the development of comments on behalf of Severn. There is some good news in this process, and the good news is the approach that the county is taking with its lands needs assessment, which is they're not implementing the municipal comprehensive review in a whole new county official plan. And because of that, the county will not be able to take advantage of the 10-year time frame that would be between updates to their official plan. So because they're doing individual OPAs for each of the components of the MCR, they will be obligated to update each of those components to their new official plan every 5 years. So although you may not be 100% comfortable with the growth allocations that are contained within the lands needs assessment or the draft OPA, rest assured that the county will be obligated to review and update that on a 5-year schedule until such time as they actually prepare a whole new official plan for the County of Simcoe. The good news is that growth is being allocated to Severn. The growth is a little over 3,000 persons in the next 30 years, which represents sort of your historic growth levels in the past 5 years for the municipality. It's lower than what's contained in the current county official plan, but it's reasonably consistent with the past history that you've had. On the employment side,
Wes, excuse me, just
yes.
for a minute. Are you going to take questions as we go through this?
I can take questions, Chair Dunlop, at any time.
Okay, Member Taylor has one.
Yeah. Good morning, Wes. Just a quick question for you. I'm surprised that the growth rate is slow, considering what's happening in West Shore, Coldwater, and Marchmount. Like that's going to be a spike in growth. I wonder where those numbers came from.
So I know that you'll recall Chair Dunlop through to Councillor Taylor that we did provide those numbers to the county in earlier comments. The concern is that they were going on historic numbers, sort of pre-2021. The good news is that as the municipality continues to see this increase in growth, the county will have to take consideration of that when they do the review and update to the lands needs assessment in the county official plan. My sense is that the county was uncomfortable in allocating additional growth, particularly to the North Simcoe County based on the historic slow growth rates. And they'll need to update those as what I think your staff is now seeing, and I think staff across Simcoe County is seeing, North Simcoe in particular, that there's an increase in the growth rates in North Simcoe.
Okay, is that okay, Member Taylor? If it is, we'll move on to Member Burkett.
Thank you through you, Madam Chair. And I don't know how the members of council feel, but I don't think we need an overview of everything that's in this report. But I'm just me. I do have some questions though. And one of the questions, Wes, that I struggle with at the county, and I actually had Nathan come and meet me here in Aurelia regarding my comments down at the county council. This is great that they're doing this review, but are they going to listen to us? Like, the growth numbers are not a problem that I see them reviewing every 5 years. My concerns, sitting down with Katie and Andrea, are the employment lands that they've slotted for us, but the wrong ones. Like they've slotted us a landfill as part of our employment lands, and the other one is the heritage mapping that I know that we're all concerned about. The heritage mapping is wrong. So is this just an exercise that they're doing to listen to us, and they're not going to do anything? And I still can't get an answer from Nathan or anyone at the county, or are they going to do something? Are they going to listen to each prospective municipality with our concerns and how we would like to grow? That's my question.
Sure. And
okay. Wes and then Katie.
Yeah, if I can, Chair Dunlop, I'll be very quickly. To some extent, the county has demonstrated that they, in some occasions, are listening. The municipality identified a significant concern about the employment land supply in Severn, and that because of constraints around it in relation to both access off Highway 11 and environmental constraints, we felt that the supply that the county had used and its consultants had used in the MCR was overstated, significantly overstated. And based on some good work by township staff to demonstrate and to justify that position, the county actually has changed their lands needs assessment and have now said that because of those constraints, Severn has a requirement for 36 hectares of additional employment lands that it'll have to find through a settlement area boundary expansion process as part of phase 2 of the MCR. And so that's the good news story. They are listening. I will say, to some extent, the county and its consultants, their hands are tied. They are tied to a process and a methodology that has been very clearly specified by the province. And for them to wander too much from that will result in challenges in getting provincial approval from the work that the county is doing. So I think our request is to, and I think your request is to push the county as far as they're comfortable to go on all components of the MCR, understanding that to some extent their hands are tied in by the province.
Okay, Member Burkett, do you want Katie to answer that?
I just want to speak, if I may, supplementary through you, Madam Chair, just to Wes's comments, and that's a nice way to put it, Wes, that their hands are tied, but basically they're not going to do nothing. Our requests, and I was going to go take you to page 45 where I read that we have 36 hectares of employment lands, but as you know, the majority of our township is mapped with the heritage mapping, so I'm not sure where we're going to find this extra land for employment. And if they're not going to listen to what our staff are asking for, like, I have no other recourse other than to and I don't know if we have any clout, and maybe looking to you for some guidance, if we had county council put forth a motion that we would like this to happen, because I don't believe that all municipalities understand the consequences of this MCR review and not allowing us and our prospective municipalities, our prospective planners, to outline what needs to happen, because we know our townships best, correct? And to have this review done by the county is great. And furthermore, as I said at county council, to have someone making the rules in Toronto for rural Ontario doesn't apply. It applies maybe in the city of Toronto, but once you get out of those boundaries, things change. And of course, we want to do the right thing. We want to do the right planning over the next 30 years. And it was interesting when I did speak to Nathan, when he came to speak to me, back in 2005, the consulting firm that laid this out for then and I won't say which government, we all know which government it was Hempson. So again, we have Hempson involved in this whole mix, whether they're looking at expropriating lands from the city of Aurelia into our township. We have Hempson doing all this, and they're not listening to us. So I guess from what you've said to me, like, they're going to look at it, but our hands are tied. We're not going to be able to do anything, which I really take offense to. As a sitting member of county council, we should be able to put forth a motion asking staff from Toronto, the planning department, to come up and speak to us as to how they arrived at this. And my concern are the employment lands and the heritage mapping. The numbers, I know the county will do the right thing, and as we grow, they will allot us the proper numbers to allow us to grow. But these other two, I'm really struggling with. And those are just my comments, Wes. I'm not looking for an answer from you.
Sure. And through the chair to his worship, those are, I think, legitimate and real concerns that continue to be on the table. Maybe particularly with respect to the natural heritage, it's not on the table. There's no proposed OPA right now. They're not proposing to bring that work forward until later this year or early in next year. I think these concerns are ones that that the county and the local municipalities can take to the new minister when's, I think it's Friday of this week, when the new ministers are going to be appointed, and that may be something that you have a conversation with the new minister and the new provincial government to see whether there's any opportunity to review and revise how they're doing their planning at the growth plan level for North Simcoe County.
Thank you.
Katie, did you have anything to add to that last question of Member Burkett's?
Thank you, Chair. I was essentially going to say what Mr. Crown said, so we're on the same page there. I did want to reiterate that we did kind of do a little desktop ground truthing exercise on the employment lands. Because we don't have a ton of employment lands, it was relatively easy for us to see which one should really be discounted just from a strictly mapping exercise without doing any in-depth investigation from consultants or environmental firms or that kind of thing. So I did just want to say the county did listen to our suggestions on that and did change things accordingly. However, there is still obviously a concern about potential settlement boundary expansion, how natural heritage or prime ag lands and the MCR process will play into that. But I think what Mr. Crown has said is that's phase 2. So that is still coming down the pipe for us.
Thanks for that. Member Cox, did you have? Yeah, Member Cox.
Yeah, through the chair to Wes. Wes, we've asked for a delegation to speak with the new minister at AMO about this. So I don't know if we're going to get it, but we asked. My question is, on your summary on page 4, it says the second bullet, and then it goes on to the third bullet about the 36 hectares of employment land. And then it says, and this will require the identification of new employment lands through a settlement boundary expansion. So we are able to expand in order to increase our employment area, right?
That's correct. The county's current process will obligate each of the lower tier municipalities that require additional urban lands to undertake a settlement area boundary expansion study. The draft OPA includes a fairly comprehensive and rigorous series of criteria and requirements to do that. obligation for doing that to those municipalities, for paying for that work, is the local municipalities. I can tell you that and I believe all other upper tier municipalities where they're going through that stage 2 exercise, those stage 2 exercises are undertaken by the upper tier at the upper tier expense. So the county is doing it a little bit differently. The county of Simcoe is doing it a little bit differently, but yes, the short answer is that 36 acres will need to be found somewhere in accordance with those criteria, and the cost of doing that will be Severn's.
Okay, so in order for us to do that and expand, what if, and this goes right back to what Aurelia was going to do with us, if we want to expand our employment area and expand our settlement area, if it's designated natural heritage or agriculture, does that make a difference, or can we just do it?
So there's a process that you have to go through. Again, Chair Dunlop, through to the councillor, there's a process that you have to go. If you followed along with the Aurelia exercise, it's very similar, if not identical to that exercise. So there'll be a level of study and review. Lands are not automatically excluded from that consideration because they're either agricultural or NHS. There needs to be another level of review that will determine whether there are available developable lands within those areas. So there's a study process, there's a study area, there's options that will have to be considered, but the draft OPA will make it very clear that you're going to be basically looking at, for employment lands, either adjacent to Coldwater or West Shore. It'll be one or the other because of the priority and the hierarchy of settlement areas. So
supplemental to that, that will be what you, MHB, will see, will be bringing back to us, and you will be looking at different areas to see where we can find employment land and expand our boundaries?
So that's a good question. Depending on the final results of the county MCR process and their OPA, there may be additional work that has to be done to support any settlement area boundary expansion. For example, in the draft OPA, there's an obligation to undertake a sub-watershed study or equivalent as part of that settlement area boundary expansion. And that's not something that, for example, that we've included or incorporated into the OP, the new OP process. So that's an additional level of work and effort that we're going to have to figure out how it's going to be done as part of that settlement area boundary expansion. And like I said, in most other upper tier municipalities in the county of Simcoe, that work is, in the province of Ontario, that work of settlement area boundary expansions and the cost of all the studies to support it is carried by the upper tier.
Okay, and just one more. So does that mean that we can't do we can't figure out where our employment lands and our expansion will be until this whole MCR is finished and the natural heritage and the prime agricultural studies are done maybe next year?
So, Madam Chair, through to the councillor, because it's a study process, you likely can start next year, but when when it gets approved, because you'll recall that the settlement area boundary expansion, in addition to being an amendment to the local official plan, will also be an amendment to the county official plan, which then requires provincial approval as well. So there's a good chunk of time that's going to be required to undertake that work.
So I guess the whole idea that we are doing something to hurry up the planning process isn't really doing anything. We aren't doing that. Thank you.
Member Burkett.
Thank you, through Madam Chair, to Wes. And I don't know if you can answer this, Wes, but further to Member Cox's comments about expanding the settlement boundary lines, if you look at West Shore, and the only way that we can expand is across Highway number 11, which is where our sewer plant is. And I think either those lands are agricultural or they're heritage protected. I'm not sure how you can do it. Now, you can come south towards Aurelia. There's some lands there, but then you run into, it's a very small chunk of land. And you can't go north because I think most of that is, you run into Washego. So it's not going to work, other than you need to come across Highway number 11. If you go to Coldwater, I think you're going to run into the same problem. You're either going to come across Highway 12, because I don't think you can expand the other way. But that's a real challenge and a struggle. And if all these studies need to be done, but I'm listening to your comments that the upper tier are the ones that would spearhead it and pay for it, correct? That's what you're saying. But is this something we should be looking at now? Because cold water is always almost at its capacity, as well as West Shore. Like, I think if housing starts continue to go the way they are, we'll probably be full within the next 5 or 6 years.
Through Chair Dunlop, my comment about the settlement area boundary expansion process was just to identify that there's a different way that the county of Simcoe is managing it than other upper tier municipalities in the province. In most other upper tiers, the upper tier is actually managing the process and undertaking the studies and work to support a settlement area boundary expansion. It is not at the expense of the lower tier. Simcoe has chosen to do a different approach. And in their phase 2, each of the lower tier municipalities that have the ability to expand a settlement area will be obligated to undertake the study. To some extent, there is an argument that means fate is in your hands. You're doing the work, you're controlling the decisions at the end of the day, and those then would be submitted to the county for approval, as opposed to the other approach that other upper tiers are taking, where they're actually controlling all the work and they're making the decisions with respect to which settlements will grow and in which direction that those settlements will grow.
So supplementary through you, Madam Chair, if I may, to Wes, can we go to page 48, item 34, please, and maybe just elaborate on what that actually means, item 34, for us, please.
Yeah, so that, if I may, Madam Chair, through to His Worship, without reading it out loud, my recollection from my review, a couple times I've reviewed the OPA, is that for municipalities like Severn, who have multiple settlement areas, you will be obligated to come up with a growth strategy on how you're going to allocate growth to those different settlement areas. And you'll have to do it. You'll have to come up with that growth strategy in a manner that conforms to the criteria that the county is proposing in their OPA. And so, for example, settlement areas that are fully serviced and that have built up areas like Coldwater and West Shore will be the locations which will be the prime settlement areas for the majority of the growth for your municipality. Settlement areas that don't have a designated built up area but are fully serviced, like Washego, although the county did get that wrong in their draft OPA, could also be a settlement that the municipality directs some portion of its growth to that settlement area where there is either existing or planned servicing capacity for that settlement area. All rural settlements, so those are settlements that have either partial services or no services, really will not be the focus of growth and development in accordance with the county's hierarchy and their criteria based on that draft OPA. And so I can tell you, we're working with staff on the first public draft of the new official plan. And no surprise to you, this hierarchy was one that was set out in all the work that we've done so far as part of the new official plan. And so the draft OP really does talk about directing the majority of the municipality's growth to Coldwater and West Shore, and where possible and where supported by servicing capacity to Washego as well, and that the other settlement areas would not be the focus of growth. So, that's probably a lot longer-winded answer than needed, but that's really how I understand that proposed addition to the county official plan in 359.
So my concern, Wes, is that everything that might be employment lands around West Shore and Coldwater are all rural lands. So we can't designate that now. We have to wait. But yet, if somebody wants to annex us, it just goes.
So, Madam Chair, once you have done the study, and if the best option, weighing all the planning criteria, is to identify an expansion to a settlement area into some agricultural lands immediately adjacent to and abutting your settlement area, whether that's Coldwater or West Shore, that would meet the criteria and should be supported by, not only the, the growth plan and the PPS, but should be supported and approved by the County of Simcoe. You have to go through a process of saying, what are our options? Yep. What will have the least amount of impact, for example, on the natural heritage system, which will have the least impact on the agricultural system, understanding that there will be impacts, and it's about balancing those impacts and finding the one that has the least impact of all the options that you have to consider. And that's exactly the sort of the process that the city of Orillia was going through until they paused, because in their case, their council said, we want you to go back to the drawing board and figure out whether you can accommodate more of our urban growth within our designated built up area and within our existing boundary.
Okay, thank you. So Member Cox.
Yeah, through the chair to Wes. Also on that item 34, the complete community and the definition of it. And it says a diverse mix of land uses, mix of employment and housing types. I think that we need to have something for West Shore, because I really believe that West Shore has it has no stores, it has nothing. We are making if we continue the way we are, we're making a bedroom community. We're not making a complete community. And I think maybe with mixed, it says diverse land uses, it would be something to the effect of having at least in our new subdivisions, a piece of property or an amount of property that would put commercial on the bottom and maybe apartments on the top, somewhere where people can walk to get a quart of milk, or a child can walk somewhere. And I think we're missing that up there. And I think it needs to come in there, because there's nothing, I mean, there's a small store there now, but with the amount of houses we're putting in there, I worry that we're not making complete communities. And I also read about that, the complete community bylaw, it's planning one. And that sounded interesting, but I don't want to get into that right now, but it's something I would like to talk to you about after. But this other part, I think it's very important that when we're doing these subdivisions, these large subdivisions like we are in West Shore, that we do more mixed development.
Acknowledged.
I asked about that years ago, and that I was told, unless somebody wants to come in and buy a strip of property and invest in that kind of thing, we can't make them. So do we do that now, Wes? Do we say this piece of property has to be this?
So, Madam Chair, I can tell you that you'll recall we went at the beginning of our OP process for Severn. We did the public consultation. We also did a series of interviews with individual council members. One of the things that we heard very loud and clear was that the new OP should create a policy framework that would help create these complete communities, to help create the community and public services, to create the commercial and retail services, so that people could actually do their day-to-day, or at least a good portion of their day-to-day activities within those defined settlement areas. And I'm hoping that the draft of the OP will capture that. And so, yes, the short answer is municipalities can require, through a process, to say we need some employment lands within either a particular development or in the settlement area, and it's through that process you'll identify where that location should be.
Thank you. Member Cox.
Yeah, through the chair. Penatanguishing does that. They have a certain amount that when a subdivider comes in, they declare that some has to have some commercial and some mixed development in it. So I just comment.
Thank you. Member Burkett.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Wes, and I don't know if you can answer this. So this official plan that you're doing for us on behalf of us, it probably looks like it won't finish this year until the county actually approves it, correct?
That's through Madam Chair. Things are changing, almost on a weekly basis. We're trying to respond to those changes, particularly through the county MCR, as quickly as we can. The risk is that if we don't respond to it, shortly after you get through your process with your OP, you'll need to update it again as the county components of its MCR get approved. So, if you don't incorporate the lands needs assessment and the population and employment allocations into your OP, you'll have to update it in a year or sooner. Once the NHS is updated, I think we've been trying to use the most accurate information and updated information. The short answer is, this iterative process of trying to make sure that your OP is as current as possible, so that when it gets through the local process, that it's not going to require significant updates and changes afterwards. That's the challenge that we're trying to achieve.
So supplementary through Madam Chair, thank you, Wes. So that's my concern. It looks like in 5 years, are we doing another OP based on what's happened, or are we allowed to just keep updating
it? Through the chair, the municipality can update it.
Okay, so that's one of my concerns with these settlement boundary areas. Washego is stifled for growth, and my concern, as the areas have no more space to grow or build, and we now are stuck in limbo. We can't grow as a township because we look at what's happening in West Shore. I think most of the lands have been taken, or they're in the process of looking for approval to build those homes. When do we start looking at expanding the settlement boundary areas, and how can we move forward if from my understanding, until we've used every allowable piece of land within them, we can't apply to expand those boundaries?
Through the chair, to His Worship, the county is the approval authority. It's the one that's obligated under the growth plan to undertake the growth planning for Simcoe County. And it will be obligated to make sure that they're monitoring and updating this information on a regular basis, and updating their official plan as required to ensure that they're meeting, each of the lower tier municipalities are meeting the provisions of, for example, the PPS that requires a 10-year supply of designated lands for residential purposes, a 3-year supply of lands in draft approved subdivisions as well. And they need to monitor on a regular and ongoing basis that supply and the uptake, the build out, if you will, of the various settlement areas, to ensure that they don't get into a situation where a municipality runs out of approved development, and that development gets stalled for a period of 2, 3, 5 years as it's starting to go through that process. So to a great extent, you're relying on the county of Simcoe, and you're relying on your staff to feed the county the updated information on a regular basis. And that'll be a cooperative exercise between the county and each of the lower tier municipalities to make sure that there are not situations where either they run out of capacity or they run out of land for growth through these processes. So I'm not sure I answered your question, Mayor Burkett, but it's really a shared responsibility.
Thank you, Wes. And I go back to Member Taylor's comments and the numbers that they provided with us, but what they don't realize that the developers, I don't think, and I looked to Miss Woodrow, I don't think they pulled some of the building permits that have been outstanding for years. Like, they're ready to start building, but they haven't pulled those building permits to show the numbers where they really are. And I think that's my fear, knowing what we have on the books and knowing where they are as part of their building applications. Not sure why they haven't pulled the building permits yet.
Well, you just look at this morning, Member Burkett, where we gave somebody another allowance of time. So you're right. So will Wes be coming back at another time to answer more questions? Andrea?
Thank you, Chair Dunlop. So certainly the next step would be that we're looking for direction to provide comments building upon what is in Mr. Crown's memo that you've seen today by the July 8th county deadline. And then we will report back to council with what we submitted at that point in time, so that you're aware of what we put in, and that's available to the public as well.
Okay, Member Taylor?
Yeah, through the chair, I think we stopped Wes partway through his summary there. I'd like to, if he could finish his summary, just some highlights, and then we can.
I'm getting numerous emails here about a bio break. Would everybody like to take 5 minutes and come back and let Wes finish? Or will we go on with Wes? Hands up if you want a break.
Have a break. Have a break.
So Wes, can you give us 5?
I can.
Okay, thank you very much. 5 minutes, guys. We'll be back at it. start again, Wes, or we'll continue if you would like to pick up where you left off.
Thank you, Chair Dunlop. To a great extent, I think through the questions, a lot of the summary points have been addressed. You know, again, I'm hesitant on how much detail to go into here, but I'll give you an example. The OPA obligates Severn to ensure that all designated greenfield lands meet a certain density target, both jobs and persons per net hectare. And that number has gone up significantly in the proposed OPA, and it's, I believe it's 45 hectares, I think is the, yes, 45 jobs and persons per net hectare is the target that the municipality will have to achieve. And you've already told Simcoe that that target is going to be difficult for Severn to achieve because of a number of circumstances within your settlement areas. But the draft OPA does provide policy that says that while that number has to be achieved across the county's number has to be achieved across the entire county, and Severn's number has to be achieved across all its settlement areas, they do recognize in this particular policy that it may be difficult to achieve those numbers in individual or site-specific development applications because of development constraints or other situations, and that there is some flexibility in those situations so that the local municipality would not have to push that development to achieve that density target where it just doesn't make good planning sense. So there's a whole bunch of these individual policies that we need to review, assess, and provide comments on to the county, just to make sure that that Severn has the best planning framework going forward to ensure that it's not forced to trying to achieve some of those targets where it just doesn't make good planning sense. So there's a work that both Andrea and her team and myself, Jamie, and our team at MHBC will be doing between now and the end of this month in preparing those comments to the county on that draft OPA. We are in a process where the county of Simcoe is assuming its responsibilities for growth management as the upper tier in a much stronger way than they have historically. You know, prior to 2006 with the new growth plan, each lower tier municipality had greater control of its growth management system. With the growth plan in 2006, the county was obligated to take a much larger role in growth management across the entire county. And through this MCR process, the county is strengthening and solidifying its growth management obligations as it's required to under the Planning Act, under the Places to Grow Act and the Growth Plan, and taking a much stronger role in directing how and where growth will occur in Simcoe County. I think our role is to help Severn through its processes, both commenting on the MCR and in your new OP, making sure that Severn can still achieve complete communities, for example, in its main settlement areas, and achieve a whole bunch of other things that I think the community and councillor have identified as goals and objectives for the municipality. So I know Councillor Taylor, I didn't go back to the summary, but certainly willing to answer any questions.
Are there any further questions now for Wes? Well, thank you. And Andrew said that we'll be seeing you folks again soon. So although there's a timeline, it pushes everybody, but it also is giving you time to catch up on things that might have gotten missed. So it's a good thing.
Correct.
Oh, sorry. Allison, do you have a motion for us then, please?
I do, Madam Chair. So the motion reads that planning report number P22-026 dated June 22nd, 2022, with respect to the official plan amendment phase 1 growth management as part of the county's MCR be received, and that the township planning staff submit formal written course comments on the proposed official plan amendment regarding growth management as part of the county's MCR, and further that township planning staff report back to council with the comments at the next available meeting.
Thank you. A mover and a seconder. Moved by Member Cox, seconded by Member Stevens. All in favor? That would be carried. Thank you very much, Russ. So we'll go on to recreation and facilities. F21. Morning, Derek.
Good morning. Thank you. So through the chair, the first staff report here is for the fee increase for ice time. 2022 and 2023 ice season, which will start in September. What we're looking for is a standard increase of 2%. This is the percent increase we've used for a number of years, save and except the last year, which was COVID. We had actually recommended that we do not increase the fee at that time. So the impact of that is shown in the second page, where it goes from an adult prime time current fee from $155.22 to $158.32.
Any questions? So Derek, is this in line with our neighbors?
Through the chair, it generally is, depending on how you look at our facility. So our facility does offer a few less features, but for example, the city of Aurelia charges about 23% more than we do for primetime ice, and the Midland Arena North Simcoe charges about 37% more for ice time prime time.
So that's because they have more to offer? Is that what you're saying?
Through the chair, certainly they do have a slightly larger facility, and generally speaking, our historical patterns here at Severn is to probably provide a slightly larger than typical lower tier municipality offset to recreation services overall. Just to remind council that we currently run a deficit in this service area at the arena of about $356,000 a year.
Correct. Okay, any other questions? Okay, Allison.
Thank you. The motion reads that report number R22-015 dated June 22nd, 2022, with respect to the 2022 to 2023 fee increases for ice time be received, and further that the changes as outlined be approved, and further that the clerk prepare the necessary changes to the user fee and service charges bylaw.
Mover and seconder, please. Moved by Member Cox, second by Member Taylor. All in favor? And that's carried.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're back to Derek. F22, recreation report for the portable dressing room.
Yes, thank you. And through the chair. So this report is to, one, respond to an ongoing conversation regarding the Coldwater Arena portable dressing room, and to look for a decision on that asset as continues to remain unused from about late 2019. When there was mold, a leak, and then following up mold found in the facility. And so that was remediated, that cost was borne. But before we endeavor a number of new costs to repair and possibly revise that facility, staff have undertaken an assessment of it. And at this time, our two main anchor tenants, they were the Coldwater Wolves, and then following that was the Stallions. They are not playing or plan to play at the Coldwater Arena this year. And so without that anchor tenant, the facility remains somewhat unused, surplus, if you will. And it is our recommendation that this whole thing was relatively meant to be temporary. The facility that was purchased on the site was a portable, basically what you would see at a public school, and was put in the way for a dressing room. And that was not to be a 100 or even 50 or 10-year service life. It was a relatively short service life, and we're looking to recommend removal at this time.
Any questions? Member McIntyre.
Through the chair, is it possible, Derek, that the building be repurposed in any way anywhere in the township?
Through the chair, it's not our intent to. If I can recall a bit of a statement from the contractor that delivered it, The building was already used, quite heavily used up its service life when we first got it back in 2014, maybe 2015, sorry. So I wouldn't suggest that it's a financially recommended approach to try to get additional years out of it. It's kind of on its last legs.
Thank you.
Member Taylor?
I think we'd asked for a report on what has been spent on this nightmare year to date from the very beginning when it first came to the township as being free. So do we have that number?
Through the chair, certainly we do. In the report that we prepared, I gave a bit of a summary of, my team, gave a bit of a summary of all the different reports that has been produced to date. And one of them is the cost. So that was our 15056. And just to summarize that report, the initial acquisition of the building, I think, was only about $1,500, but fast forward to the final cost reported in that report, it was approximately $40,000 total. Now, for a facility, for any community facility for that matter, it's relatively inexpensive comparatively. However, those costs were reported in our 15056.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, just that this thing evolved, and maybe not with proper inspections. Like why did it leak in the first place? Because I understand the plumbing wasn't built to building code. It was a surprise to me that there was laundry facilities in this portable dressing room, and I think it's just it looks very, very bad, and the taxpayers are on the hook for maybe $100,000 for something that was going to come for free. So not very happy from where I'm sitting here. It was just an embarrassment to the community and to the taxpayers.
Okay, Member Burkett.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. And I don't want to delve or carry on with the topic, but if we all recall why it was placed there, we had two teams that wanted to come to Coldwater. They wanted, we were looking at expanding the arena. And if I can remember back then, we were looking to spend almost $500,000 to enlarge those dressing rooms, which we did not vote in favor of. This was a simple solution. We did make some money off it. And unfortunately, we are where we are today. We don't need to dwell on the past, but I know we did make some money from it. We brought two teams to Coldwater. The community benefited from it. Unfortunately, we are where we are, and happy to get rid of it if it's going to cost.
Okay, I have to stop this conversation. We have a motion. We have something here on the table. It's got nothing to do with what went before, what's going ahead. So if there's no further questions, I'll get Allison to read the motion and we can discuss further, or we can vote on this.
Okay. So the motion reads that the Recreation Report number R22-017 dated June 22nd, 2022 with respect to the Coldwater Arena portable dressing room be received, and further that staff be directed to remove and dispose of the portable dressing room, and further that the cost for the removal be funded from the Recreation Facilities Reserve.
Okay, Member Taylor.
Yeah, before the vote, there was never in my recollection that this was just a temporary event here. It was there for the long term, and it's still an embarrassment to the taxpayers, and we should get rid of it.
If we're not going to vote on this motion, there's no further comment needed. Is there, Member Burkett or Member Cox, is there anything further?
I just wanted to call the vote.
Thank you. Member Burkett?
Call the vote, please, Madam Chair.
Call the vote. All in favor?
Oh, Madam Chair, I need a mover and a seconder, please.
Sorry, moved by Member Cox, seconded by Member Stevens. All in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much. Moving right along to Public Works, F31, Wayman Line and Foxmead Road. Derek.
Thank you. And I have two reports on this, so I want to make sure I got the right one. We're going to talk about the speed limit first. So through the chair, if I can, I just wanted to give a review of what we did earlier part of the year. So we knew we had Wayman Line reconstruction project ahead of us, and there's a very localized, road geometry issue at the top end of Foxmead Road and Wayman Line, where the sight lines, are below standard for sure. And what we call a vertical curve, or how fast you would climb up a hill, is also substandard. So we did a design, and the designer has recommended, or required rather, that the maximum posted speed limit be 50 kilometers an hour for that vertical curve. And a secondary recommendation that the Wayman Line and Foxmead Road have always stop control. And the reason for that, once again, is the approach and also the limited sightlines in this way, and also a volume split that supports it, which was previously reported under our new always stop control policy. So that's the effect of this. And I did want to highlight to council that the cost incurred to perform the design was approximately $10,000, including a very detailed topographic survey of the area. And overall, the cost increase to simply resurfacing the area is approximately $190,000 of the total project cost, which will be discussed at a later report.
Member Taylor.
Yeah, I think it's a great report. I use that quite often. Turning left going south on Wayman, it's scary going out there, and I'm all in favor of this.
Any other comments? Member Cox.
Yeah, through the chair, I'm in favor also. I've had many complaints about this, and numerous almost accidents there, especially farmers and their trailers. And so I am totally in favor of this.
If there's no more comments, if Allison would like to read a motion.
Certainly. The motion reads that Public Works Report number W22-025 dated June 22nd, 2022, with respect to Wayman Line and Foxmead Road improvements be received. And further, that the posted speed limit on Wayman Line from 500 meters south of Foxmead Road to 500 meters north of Foxmead Road be set at a maximum of 50 kilometers an hour. And further, that the intersection of Wayman Line and Foxmead Road have always stop control. And further, that bylaw number 2017-28 regulate traffic and speed limits on highways be updated to reflect these changes.
Mover or anything further? Okay, mover and a seconder, Member Cox and Member Stevens, all in favor. And that is carried. Derek, F32.
Thank you, and through the chair. This report here on fleet renewal is a discussion on some of the lead times and supply chain issues combined with sort of a systemic or historical lack of spare fleet in the municipal, like in our public works department. So we have one extra truck that we are anticipating for trade-in this year. We do one every year. There's 10 tandem axle dump trucks in our fleet, and that keeps our fleet relatively young and less costly for maintenance. We are recommending that we extend and delay the trade-in for a maximum of 36 months. Our hope is that this spare fleet will serve as fill-in if and when one of our fleet becomes ill, if you will, and requires repair. And we'll keep our winter control operations, which is our primary focus in terms of redundancy, in check. So our estimated costs for carrying the extra vehicle is approximately $10,000 annually. And this is slightly less than the typical cost because we do anticipate less fuel being consumed and less physical maintenance. There still is some routine maintenance, and there's obviously a license fee and a minor cost increase to our overall corporate fleet insurance. So overall, the 3-year extension is estimated to cost, approximately $30,000, $10,000 per year, and will be included in if approved, will be included in the 2023 operating budget for deliberations.
Any questions to Derek? A motion, please, Allison.
Certainly. The motion reads the Public Works Report number W22-023 dated June 22nd, 2022, with respect to fleet renewal be received, and further that staff be directed to retain one spare tandem axle dump truck and plow for a period not exceeding 36 months.
Good. Mover or seconder? Moved by Member Taylor, second by Member Stevens. All in favor? That is carried. Continued on with Derek, F33, Wayman Line reconstruction.
And thank you through the chair. So this is just one report ago on Wayman Line, same location, same project. This report is to advise that we are over budget on this particular project by approximately $170,000. The low bid was IPAC Paving Limited, who is currently working for us in the 2022 road resurfacing program. The low bid here is a compliant and well-balanced bid. It's $1.31 million. And this is one of the largest projects we have undergo here in Severn for the 2022 capital season. They are ready to go. And so we are recommending that we do increase the budget $170,000 from the capital reserve and get the project completed.
Thank you. Any questions? Member Burkett.
Thank you, through Madam Chair. So Derek, we're looking at 1.3 and then adding 170 to that 1.3.
Oh, sorry, through the chair, the current approved budget is 1.2 million. And so there's an additional 170,000 required for the project to be completed.
So what happened? Like the other ones, I'm just curious, what happened with the 170? How come there was an extra 170? So it was 1.2 that we budgeted for. Is that what we budgeted for?
That's correct.
And all these other bids came in at 1.597, and IPAC came in at 1.3.
Mm-hmm.
And we budgeted 1.2. So 1.2, so it's 1.37. So we're still 60,000 short. How did they come in at 1.31? If you said you budgeted 1.2, correct, for that project?
That's correct, yes.
So you budgeted 1.2, they came in at 1.3, yet you're asking for 170.
Yep, through the chair, there's some additional costs there detailed in the financial considerations of the project. So that's including non-recoverable HST. That's a small fee that we have to pay in terms of the blended tax of HST. There is also some contract administration support that we need, which would be through Catholic Engineering. There is already some costs to date consumed by Tatham Engineering for the design of the intersection improvements, and there's some geotechnical support that's required.
So I'm still struggling. So my question, Derek, to you is the struggles that we've had with this company in the past and the projects that they're doing in our municipalities today. So are they doing Archery Drive?
Through the chair, yes, they are.
And they're doing Bagley?
Yes, they are.
Gloucester Road?
Correct.
Muskoka Street?
Yes.
Are they doing any other ones? I know Grand Tamarack's being done by somebody else. Are there any other ones that they're doing in the municipality?
Yeah, through the chair, there is only the one contract that has all those various locations currently awarded to IPAC Paving.
So based on what's happened in the past with this group, and I struggle with it, as you know, I struggle with it, what they've done to our municipality. Do you feel that they're going to, if council feels that we should take this lower bid, are they going to be able to complete it in a timely fashion where we don't run into trouble like we did before? Because they're just a very small company.
Yep. So through the chair, I certainly do. That is staff's recommendations. The IPAC Paving Limited Group has been performing well under contract 2022-003, and we expect the same for this contract.
You okay, Member Burkett? Or can I?
Well, I'm still I understand now where the extra money, because there's a shortfall of 60,000, but Derek has explained that it's gone towards Tatham and some other consultants that we needed to use. But there's a $200,000 difference in the pricing here, and it has me worried only based on the previous track record of this company and what they have done within our township. Like, I'm concerned now because this one is a huge project. And they have all these other ones that are under that they have as part of their tender. And we all know what happened. I don't want to reiterate the past or what happened in the past, but I really have some concerns with this group.
And through the chair, if I may.
Certainly, go ahead.
So certainly, just one thing about the procurement process in Ontario that I probably should make mention is, certainly you can choose to reject the bids, all of them. It would be not advised to select not low compliant bid. That would be somewhat of a breach of how we set up these conditions of contract and what we consider a binding bid process.
Sorry, Derek, Madam Chair, through you, could you just, I didn't understand that. Could you just explain that so that I just didn't understand what you said?
Through the chair. So when we go to tender, the term request for tender, this is called a binding process where the companies actually require a bid deposit. They submit cash to the township to secure that they will not honor the price that they've submitted in a blind bidding fashion. And so there's sort of a contract A with the expectation that a contract B will ensue. And we have told the bidders that we would select the lowest compliant bidding. Of course, we use the privilege clause, which says we don't need to select any and all bids, but it would be not recommended to select the next lowest bidder in this instance. Council definitely could reject all bids and put the project due to over budget condition, but it would not be recommended to go to the second low.
Go ahead, Member Burkett. You're still on.
Madam Chair, and I hate to do this in a public forum, but I'm going to tell you what happened in the past and what they made us pay them because of their screw up, and we had to pay.
Yep.
Like this company, and I don't care if they're listening, it doesn't sit well with me. What they did to this municipality was wrong. And now we have them here again at 1.3 million. And I don't know how the other members of council feel, but this just doesn't sit well with me. And I'm not sure if Wayneman, if we can tender it back out again, if that's a thing we can do, or is this road in such dire needs that it needs to be done this year? I don't know.
Derek?
Through the chair. So no road is in a state where, it requires today's renewal. There's always a 1 or 2 year buffer. Certainly, most of you may have driven Wayman Line, and it's not in good shape. But yes, the council has the opportunity here to not take staff's recommendations, cancel the project, cancel the procurement as well, and consider retendering. Now, in terms of some terms like bid shopping, it would be recommended to perhaps delay the project entirely to another capital year. That would be staff's next recommendations.
So Derek, just a question on that. Sorry, Member Burkett, if I'm interrupting.
Oh, no, it's good. Thank you.
So can we not, like I know in other ones, you put out a bid, and if they don't do what they say they're going to do, they owe us. Is that something that this is too late to add to this bid? Or is it something that we can add on top of this? Like, if you're not going to do this or you're going to overcharge us, then you owe us.
So through the chair, certainly in these larger contracts, and these are significant contracts, there are conditions for performance, and they are bound by what we call a bond, and they're sureties. They're basically insurance that the contractor will do as what they say. There's also a number of performance clauses, including liquidated damages, which means if they don't complete within time, they are charged a fee. All of these conditions are in this contract. We set these contracts up for success. And so we have all the normal provisions in those contracts for such situations.
Are you comfortable with that one, Member Burkett?
You, Madam Chair, I am not. I am not, because we all are aware of what happened on Town Line. Each one, and I don't want to drag this out because it should be in camera. What that company did and what Derek had just said to us, you may as well throw it out the window, because it's not true because of what we had to pay. And we all realize, other than Councillor McIntyre, what it costs this municipality on Town Line.
Okay, I think our CEO has her card up, and then I'll have to go to Member Taylor.
Thank you. Through the chair, I guess if we put the bid off to next year, there's nothing saying that this company wouldn't be the low bid again. And we didn't tell them when we weren't happy in the prior year that they couldn't bid in future. So we don't have the ability to do that now. So you may be in exactly the same place next year.
Thank you. Member Taylor, and then Member McIntyre.
Yes. So my question is to Derek. I have two questions. Have they been blackballed by the township for poor performance? Can they be? Is their bid? We don't even look at it. That's question number one.
Through the chair, no, right? So the blackball, if you will, or what we call a not eligible bidder, would have been established way back in any other non-performance type of position. However, if you look forward, and to be clear, we have a legal opinion on this, that the completion rates and the performance of a previous contract were satisfactory, generally speaking. And I think that we have not created an environment where they were not an eligible bidder. Therefore, they are currently the most compliant low bid in both jobs, one awarded and this one here now for consideration. I think it's important to recognize that we're over budget. And if we're over budget and council does not feel that staff's recommendations to proceed with the work is in line with the reinvestment rates of road renewal in Severn here in 2022, then we can delay the project until a further year.
Member Taylor?
Yeah, I have two more. The second one, this project on Town Line was supervised by the township, right? With a consultant, is that correct?
Through the chair, yes. We had geotechnical and a consulting engineer looking after the project.
Okay, and number three, so your grand total of your road budgets is, if we put through this increase, you're still going to come under budget on the road projects for 2022?
Yeah, through the chair, the total roads budget was $4.4 million, including Grand Tamarack, the road resurfacing program 2022 and Wayman Line. Our current expected expense with this current recommended award over budget is approximately, I think, 3.8. It is under budget.
Thank you.
Or could you mention those figures again? I think you kind of, or I blurted out or something. Our total budget was what, and what does this bring this to?
Yeah, so through the chair, the total budget is 4.4 million, of which we've currently awarded contracts at 2.7 million. So we have $1.7 million left, and this awards approximately 1.3 plus some additional geotechnical services. So generally speaking, we're under budget in a combined fashion.
Okay. Okay, Member McIntyre, and then Member Cox.
Through the chair, I'm probably ineligible to even have a comment on this because I don't know the history of what happened on Town Line, and Member Burkett's indicated that there's been some kind of trouble with this contractor, and I don't know anything about it. So how do I step in and make a decision whether we should go forward with them or not at this moment? So probably, if I'm not going to be enlightened, I'll probably have to step out on this one, unless, of course, you want to tell me what. It's public, so I don't know why I wouldn't know. It happened prior to my being here, so I don't know what to say other than I can't vote on something I'm not familiar with.
I think we're dealing with the motion that Derek has right here, right now. So we need to deal with that. But Member Cox, you have a question?
Yeah. Yes, I do. Through the chair to Derek. So Derek, are they on track right now with the present contracts they're dealing with?
Through the chair, yes, they are.
Okay. So if we're going to start Wayman, when would we start it?
The contract requires a start within the middle of June, which is already here. So they would already be ready to start. I have confirmed with the contractor that upon award, they would be mobilizing. They're currently working in Severn, so the mobilization is minimal. Yeah, so it would be as soon as contract is awarded.
Okay, and their completion date? I know it's a big job, but I just wondered if we had sort of an idea.
Yeah, through the chair, I'll just look that up here 1 second.
Okay, thank you. Just an estimate, Derek. It's okay, Derek. A couple of months? Month?
Through the chair. Yeah, the completion date of the contract is, I believe it's October 15th, but no later than October 1st.
Okay, so, and I was always under the impression that we didn't have to accept the highest bid with an RFP. Or is that just different circumstances with different RFPs?
Through the chair, absolutely. Yeah, in the township's procurement policy, there's about 5 different vehicles we're buying. An RFP is score based, and a tender is a binding low bid.
Right. Okay. So then my only other question, my other concern is, this to me was a very dangerous intersection. I've had many complaints. I know we haven't had anybody really hurt that I know of, but I get it constant from my my constituents, and I understand the issue with the past, but I worry that if we don't do this, will it be will all the engineering and everything that we've done, the geotechnical, all be good for next year if we decided to put it off?
Yeah, through the chair, it's actually quite common to engineer things a few years in advance. So, you know, absolutely, the engineering does not go away. Our solution does not go away. It's just whether or not it's constructed in 2022 or 23 or even the following year after that.
Okay, and if we decided to put this off, then the previous motion for Wayneman would have to not be passed either, because I don't think we could do a four-way stop with the way it is right now. Could we, or could we not?
Through the chair, I certainly think you can actually. The recommendations from the engineer were twofold, one for the vertical curve, and then the other was outside of the geometry, but just really about sight lines, and that's the all-way stop. So lowering the posted speed limit is not something that would be inherently dangerous, if you will, without having a vertical curve correction. And then, of course, the all-way stop would be supported.
Okay. So when IPAC comes in, they do all the digging and the construction and the taking out of the hill and the whole thing, and they're overseen by our hired supervisor, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, Derek.
Okay, it was Member Burkett and then Member Taylor.
Thank you, through Madam Chair. So Derek, and for the benefit of council, I think this is a small firm. They're not that large. Do we know how many other townships they're actually working for? Because as I said, I do have a concern. This is a huge undertaking for a small company, and I don't know if you would know that or not.
Yeah, through the chair. So they certainly submit a reference, 3 references, and you know, those are historical projects. We don't get a current workload listing. That is something we could obtain, but it's not something we told them we would evaluate.
Okay. Member Taylor.
Yeah, through the chair to Derek, I think if this was put off another year, it's only going to be much higher in costs with petroleum costs, et cetera. And I would support going with the motion as it's written.
Thank you. So just Derek, for Jim's sake, town line, maybe you should be the one reporting, but it started when the snow started that year, and then we had to put the other lift on. But doing that further lift and further money, that also lengthened the time frame of that road, didn't it?
Through the chair, absolutely it did, and we can circulate the public staff report, you know, to any new members. It was I forget which one it was here, but it reported on 2 things. One, the performance of the material that was put down, and in the time of year. Our geotechnical group actually recommended to us the solution, and the solution was provided at a no profit margin from the contractor to do the work. It did extend the service life of the roadway, so it was not complete lost value, but certainly, you know, there was performance issues that were raised and performance issues that were corrected by that contractor.
Thanks for that. Does that help, Jim?
Not really. I'm not familiar with what happened and why we one of our members is adamantly opposed to this particular firm. Do we lose money somewhere here? And is this why we've got a problem with one of our members? And it would happen. I mean, I'll have to abstain. I mean, before I can vote on it.
Okay, that's okay then. Derek will forward that report to you. Member Burkett.
Thank you, through Madam Chair. So it looks like the council wants to move forward with this, which is fine. But what I'd like to see is a detailed, itemized list of any overtures that IPAC, and I'll give you an example. What happened on Muskoka Street no more than 2 weeks ago on a weekend, when we actually had to go in, and I didn't know this, and for the benefit of members of council, when a tender is placed and the prospective company now accepts the tender and is going to do the work on that road becomes the responsibility of the person that wins the tender. I didn't know that at the time. I don't know if others know. So that those costs for our guys to go out and our staff to fix whatever they should have been fixing in the first place now falls upon us. So I am looking for, Derek, a detailed expense sheet of every project, if there's overtures, and how IPAC, if it's deducted, because I go back to the same thing that happened that we had insurance with on Town Line, and unfortunately, the taxpayers of this township had to pay for it, not IPAC. So that's why, Jim, I'm adamantly against using this company. But, you know, in the sake of Member Taylor's comments, if we postpone it for a year, it may be added money, and there is a safety concern on that road, and that road, I've driven it. It's not in the greatest shape. But if council feels that that's the route we should go, I'm happy to vote in favor of it. But again, from you, Mr. Burke, I would like a detailed expense sheet, and I guess it would have to come from Andrew, on each project, and if there were overtures, please and thank you.
Okay, so let's try a motion, and then if there's any further questions, Member Cox?
Yeah, through the chair to Derek. From what Member Burkett just said, would not our supervising person have caught that issue on Muskoka Street?
Through the chair. So just the issue, you know, there was a patch that was unmaintained. That can happen relatively quickly. It happens to our own staff as the road authority, and it happens to contractors, not exclusive to this particular contractor. You know, behind the scenes, staff deal with contractors, you know, under all of these types of issues on a daily basis, right? Like it's, you know, it's not this contractor, it's the next. They all have some level of performance management that is required. And so it's not dissimilar to every other contractor we have. The contract administrator made prompt and thorough response to the contractor who did perform a repair and continues to maintain that road. We're gonna have these bumps in the road, no pun intended, with every contract. We're doing construction.
Okay, thank you, Derek. And I do agree with what the mayor has said, Member Burkett, about just keeping on top of it, and that's all I ask.
Okay, so I know Lori's back here and she wants me to keep out of the weeds and stay with this motion. But Lori, would you have something to say?
That is correct, Madam Chair. I just wanted to remind Councillor McIntyre that if he abstains, that's an automatic no vote.
Okay, Allison, could you read this motion, please?
Certainly. So the motion reads that Public Works Report number W22-022 dated June 22nd, 2022 with respect to Wayneman Line reconstruction be received. And further that the bid received by IPAC Paving Inc. in the amount of $1,310,782.51, excluding HST, be accepted. And further that the additional $170,000 required to complete the work be approved. And further that the deficiency be funded from the capital reserve.
I'd like a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Member Taylor, seconded by Member Cox. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, we're still with you, Derek. F3.4, Public Works West Street Extension.
Hey, thank you, through the chair. So this report just summarizes a kind of an ongoing conversation at the top end of, and I call it West Street Extension, but really it's west side of River Street, north of Rhinebird area, if you will. And these property owners have multiple private bridges, and staff are seeking some input, I suppose, from council and committee here on the solutions. To date, we've had a number of requests from the area property owners to provide a municipally year-round maintained roadway along the existing rail corridor, a tramway, and that's been discussed at length. There's been some reports, I think, dating back to 2012 that had tied some of those costs to the property owners, as well as a requirement for the removal of the existing private bridges. And so fast forward to today, staff have offered an alternative, a license of occupation, which is a relatively new form, I suppose, of private road use on public property. We've had a number of successful agreements completed to date through the clerk's office, and our offer, if you will, or our proposed solution is to provide that. This would create a private driveway only for the use of the benefiting property owners downstream. It would exist on the existing tramway or railway property adjacent to the Utah Trail.
Okay, we'll look forward to comments here. Member Cox.
Yeah, through the chair. I think where the problem started was that in 2012, and then we had another letter from Clerk Gork in 2013, is that they discussed all these, the issue of an agreement of responsibility and the fact that they would take the bridges out. But then the response, nothing happened for a period of time. And then Mr. Lubbering was concerned about his mother's getting in and out over a bridge that I would say is rickety. I know it's not very engineering-like, but so then they came back to us to discuss this. And I guess what my concern is that this goes back to the fact, and I'm just going to do a quick history, and Councillor Taylor knows, is that we bought that tramway with the main reason in mind. Yes, there was a trail, it could hook up, but the main reason we bought it was to provide access road for those people who, if a bridge ever went out, and that would be including Rainbow Street, so that would be there for them to be able to have in and out and emergency services for them, which in some cases they don't have right now. So we go along and it sort of got lost. It went away. Township didn't say anything more. The people didn't say anything more. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I feel that the way it was written and the letter I have from the clerk and the other different reports that went is that we actually came out and said that we would provide, is different times, we basically said to them is that we would definitely, each property owner being responsible for their own private driveways in access to the new road along the tramway. And what happened was, and there's nothing wrong with what happened, it was a whole different era. We decided we do a West Street extension instead of using the tramway, which always was the idea to use the tramway. So I understand why these people, and this has been going on since 1996, 97, back and forth. And I understand why now they are concerned, their bridges are not well. Only good bridge is the main railway bridge, and they would like access. And I believe that we have, in good faith, said that that's why we had that tramway. And we have said that we would provide access, and we even in a letter that was a motion that we would have a road. So I don't know how we can work this. I'm assuming that probably negotiations is probably something. They are interested in alternative one. And I don't know if that can work or how it works, but I just feel that we cannot let this one drop. Again, this is something that if we can't make a big decision today, I would hope that they would come and we could negotiate how we can make this work to the simplest, not the convoluted, whole different ball game with a whole bunch of things in it that they don't understand. And we have a private resident fixing a road that maybe one day the township will take over, because if that road is open, there is a chance for the other people who've already got lots along that road to open up and develop. So that's where I am with this. And I don't know how far or how much more we want to, what we're going to do, but I do know that it's time to sit down with the people and let's get this finished and fixed before winter.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments? Member Taylor.
What, Derek, what do you foresee is, what's the cost to the township for option 1 or 2? That's my first question.
So through the chair, I don't know if we're able to provide a direct cost estimate, but I can give us some order magnitudes. So the current project undertaken to extend West Street would be much of the same project. We would need a municipal class EA, and every project that a municipality undertakes by the provincial government requires a municipal class EA, looks at alternatives, mitigating the financial, social, and other impacts to a project like this. There would be design and the reconstruction. When we create a new roadway in Severn, we have set a standard. and those standards would need to be applied. Currently, reconstruction, now this is about 1 kilometer in length. Currently, the reconstruction of 1 kilometer of length in Grand Tamarack is $900,000. The extension of West Street as a brand new roadway is approximately $1.2 million, and it's only approximately 300 meters in length. So you can understand that the ratio or the order of magnitude, even if it is an existing rail corridor, is significant. In and around, about $1 million a kilometer at a minimum.
Yeah.
Okay.
Continue. So
you continue, Member Taylor, and then our CEO has her card up, and then Member Burkett.
Well, I just want to remind the committee, we've got a lot of private roads. For example, Tower Line Road, they've asked for gravel or anything, and we said, no, it's a private road. You chose where to live. McLean Lake North Shore Road had to put a new bridge in to get to their road. They came to council looking for support. We said, no, it's a private road, and we've got to tread very lightly here. These people live there. They have private bridges. That's where they are living. That's where they chose to live. And this can't be resolved today. We've got to work out something in writing that if we did give them access to the road or whatever road, that the bridges have to be tied in there financially, that if we want those bridges out there, that's the whole idea behind giving them any access there. So we have to tread very lightly on doing work on a private road on township property, and we have to be consistent. We've got lots of private roads throughout the township, particularly in Ward 1.
Okay, thank you, CAO Kennard.
Thank you, through the chair. I actually have the same struggles that Councillor Taylor does with my background at Georgian Bay. It's kind of like buying an island and then wanting the township to put a road in. Councillor Cox did explain to me yesterday, though, that we did buy this in the idea of giving them access. But when council's discussing it, consider what access looks like. So I've heard the term road, and that's what the alternative one that the residents are proposing. I think what our director was looking at was more of a driveway, which is a different animal than a road. And agree with Councillor Taylor, you passed a motion, or council passed a motion 10 years ago saying we had to tie it to removing of the bridges and they had to secure that moving. So if you want to go somewhere different, we would have to relook at that motion, but I think the intent is still there. But I just wanted to point out, road is different than driveway, and we would have to figure out sort of what the township would put into this and what we would expect the residents to put into.
Thank you. Member Burkett.
Thank you, through the chair, and thank you, Laurie, for that explanation. So, Member Taylor, for all members of the committee, we did meet there 2 Fridays ago. So Member Cox, myself, Derek, Mr. Lovering, and there was another gentleman there as well, and I think Mr. Lovering's wife. And what they are looking for is not a road. It would totally be on their expense. My understanding, and we've been committed from previous councils, is that tramway was bought to provide access for those that have those bridges. Now, having said that, Mr. Lovering did state that road is in good shape, other than because he backs cement trucks up along there to build his home, but there is a section of approximately maybe 100 or 150 feet where it is wet, where we could ditch. That would be the only expense that the township would incur, would be to have to ditch, because Mr. Lovering has already provided ditching from our tramway to the river. Of course, the other thing that we neglected to talk about was securities for those bridges, should and if any one of those homes wanted to tie up to our tramway. I'm not in any way, shape, or form looking at building the road. The other part of it was that Mr. Lovering would have to put at his own expense a gate with a lock at the end, because it is a laneway. It is not a road. Even though it's an unassumed road allowance that belongs to the township, it was only to provide access for those that have those bridges. And further discussions with Mr. Lovering, I think what is maybe possible, of course, this is a decision of this committee, is if one member wanted to access that tramway, the laneway would have to be built by that person that owns the bridge. But if they're going to hook up to our tramway, they would have to either leave some monies in securities to have the bridge removed. So when they hooked up, the bridge comes out. And I don't know if that's something this committee would entertain, and would like to hear from other committee members as to what their thoughts are. Member or CAO, Kennard.
Thank you. I agree with his worship. I just wanted to point out that in the alternatives that were provided, to me, it seems like, and I don't think it's that they've used the wrong term, road versus driveway, because number 1B says that the township is going to take over the maintenance, which suggests a road. So council needs to be clear about that. If you don't want a road, you want a driveway. And you should also have a quick discussion on alternative 2, because their option 2 is that we gift them the land, or we don't gift it, but we sell it to them, which I don't think council will undertake. So you probably want to rule that one out off the hop. And then what you're suggesting is not alternative 1. So you want to go back to what Director Burkett has talked about in his report. But they do seem to be contemplating that they want a road because they want us to maintain it, which I don't believe is something that council is interested in considering.
Okay, when I went into our comprehensive map book, there's 159 private roads. We got to be extremely careful what we're doing here. And I alternative number 2 to me is right off, shouldn't even be on our table. I think, yes, they need some kind of way to get onto that tramway. And if it's their own with the agreement that they take their bridge out, then I would be in favor with that. But I'm not in favor of bringing it up to standard. I'm not in favor of snow plowing it. We were to give them emergency right away out of there. And if this gets emergency right away out of there, that's all that we've ever said we would do. Member Taylor.
Yeah, when the tramway became part of the township, the thoughts were that the houses on Rhinebridge Street would attach to this, but Derek coming on board thought it made more sense to use West Street. So we brought the tramway there for the Rhinebridge Street, not for the other houses, but Derek, where does the EA come in here? Like for them to be building roads over wet areas, whether on private, I guess it's on private property there, but can't be, I just go back to things, if we don't do things according to plan, it's going to get screwed up here. So EA is my one question. And then what about the parking lot there where the tramway comes out to Sturgeon Bay Road? Who plows that? Because that's, once again, that's technically would be served for, or do we clear that for skiers in the wintertime now? So that's 2 questions, the EA for whatever work has to be done, and then B, if they do private snow plowing there, how far do they come out?
Yep. Thank you. And through the chair, I can answer those 2 pretty quickly. The municipal class environmental assessment process does really gear itself towards municipal operations. So in the event of creating a driveway and any other license of occupation that we've issued before, we've taken a version of that where we just require an EIS, or an assessment of species at risk, and an assessment for kind of no net negative damage to the environment. And that's just one very small component of the municipal class EA process. So I think with a driveway, it would be a very minimal effort just to make sure we weren't or that the private applicant was not destroying significant quantities of species at risk habitat. Other than that, it's an old tramway. It has an existing trail. There's very little in terms of negative benefit to creating a driveway on what was traditionally a transportation corridor in the past. So I think that solves the municipal class EA. If we're not building a road, no need for municipal class EA from my interpretation of the legislation. The second part would be, we certainly do plow the parking lot as a parking lot, not the same standard as a roadway, but it would be our intent to continue to do so and just keep that area clear. We would make an agreement with the private winter control contractor for the laneway that they would be able to also maintain out to the Sturgeon Bay Road, which would be the first municipal roadway that the the driveway would connect to.
Thank you.
So Derek, when you're down there, like where that tram empties out onto the parking lot for the trail, that's where people park, is right there. So what's going to happen now? That's my laneway. I've got a gate on it, and now I go to come out, or an emergency vehicle goes to go in, and there's 6 people cycling, and their cars are all parked there.
Through the chair. So certainly we have addressed that in our response to the applicants, that we would require no parking signs installed in the first two or three parking spaces that come out from the right side of the trail, which is currently occupied by concrete blocks. And that the center lane would be reserved for, which is currently reserved for traffic movement. We do anticipate that all of this could be enhanced, if you will, by some simple line painting in the event that it becomes a problem.
Yeah, thanks for that answer, because that just all of a sudden started to look like it was too confusing there. Okay, any further questions? Member Burkett, and then Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what I'm hearing, and I don't know if this committee is willing to maybe put something in writing, and I think time is of the essence with this, because it's been going on for years. It isn't something that just propped up yesterday. What I'm hearing is that if the group are willing to provide a simple EA, as Mr. Burke has stated, classify it as a laneway now, and they would upgrade whatever gravel would be needed along that laneway. They would also have to enter into an agreement regarding insurance and the use of that laneway. They would have to provide a gate. They would have to provide some signage, and they would have to remove, as they come on board, whichever bridge owner would have to provide securities to have that bridge removed. Now, I don't know if that's something that this committee would entertain, and throw it back to Mr. Lovering and the group to see if they're willing to accept those terms.
So just one concern about, okay, I'm onto the tram now, my bridge is out. Where does the garbage go?
I don't know.
Well, let's just pick a number. I'm 5 River Street, and my bridge is gone. Does the garbage go out the tram and sit out on? Is that something, Derek, that they would have to deal with the county on?
Through the chair, absolutely. My first discussion with the group on that was the expectation that municipal services would be limited on a driveway. I wanted to make that very clear. And the one example was garbage collection. It is anticipated that their first connection to a municipal roadway, which is actually our little garden there near Sturgeon Bay, would be occupied by trash cans for garbage collection day.
Yeah. And so what's the answer on that? That's where they're going to go. That's where they would have to go.
That is the first municipal roadway access to those driveways, right? So the county of Simcoe traditionally does not go up long driveways to get your garbage. They will serve you from the nearest municipally year-round maintained roadway.
Thank you. Okay, Member Taylor, and then Member Cox.
Yeah, on the same vein, what about, I guess I see our fire chief on there. If it's just a driveway, what about emergency response? If we went ahead with this, if Chief Cranny can comment on.
Could you comment on that for us, please?
Well, while he's coming on, and the other one I'd like to comment, what, through the CAO with any kind of experience, what kind of a deposit has to be a retainer that we have to make sure that people are serious about getting onto our road, they got to remove the bridge.
Member or CAO Kennard.
Oh, sorry, I was gonna answer for Chief Cranny because he wasn't there, but he's here. He's here now, so I'll let him go first, and then I'll answer the second.
Chief Cranny.
So good morning. In discussions with the Public Works Director, if the proposed driveway is brought up to some sort of standard, we would still respond. So the gravel portion would have to be a certain depth, not like any other long driveway that we have in the municipality right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair, it is similar to a private road, right? Private roads we treat it like a driveway, and if we can get down it, we do, and if we can't, then we don't. With request to securities, typically we take securities in the amount of the cost of doing it. So that's not to say that they would have to put up that much cash, but we want to do the job if they can. So typically we would take a line of credit, which only costs them the interest on it. And then when they take the bridge out, we would release the line of credit. But in anything we secure, we take the entire cost so that we're not left on the hook at the end.
And Member Taylor, and then Member Cox.
I think before we agree on anything, we should get everything in writing here. And just one other thing, if we went ahead with it and the bridges came out, the Lovering Bridge there, if that goes out, what happens to the leaning house that's on the shore there? Like, it's protecting the abutment is protecting that house, and I'm just fearful of what could happen there.
CAO?
I'm going to ask the CBO to join us. I know he's on the call because I asked him. I knew this question was going to come up.
Nick.
Good morning, committee. Through the chair over to Councillor Taylor, or Member Taylor. I'm going to be very careful about how I respond to this one because there are some outstanding orders on that property, which I can advise that is the case. And we are working with the property owner on that one. So, and the correspondence we've had has been very recent. It's kind of a delicate situation there because of a couple of things, but we are trying to resolve it with the property owner, whether that be to remove or to rebuild.
Yes, Member Taylor.
Yeah, just Nick, I don't know if you've noticed, like upstream there, how that abutment is protecting that property. Just when I guess whether the abutment goes when the bridge goes, or like maybe I'm jumping the gun there, but I'm just fearful of what it could do with more flow through there.
Okay, Allison's had her card up there for Member Cox.
That's fine. Allison, go ahead.
I'm muted. I thought I'd give you a draft motion, and then it might help focus your discussion, and then you can change it as you will or go from there. Since there wasn't one within the report because we didn't know how today's discussion would go. So the draft motion is that Public Works Report number W22-24 dated June 22nd, 2022, with respect to West Street Extension private bridges be received. And further, that the Township of Severn enter into a license of occupation with the owners of 6, 10, 26, 28, and 30 River Street to provide a private driveway along the previous railway corridor. And further, that the cost of the new driveway be paid by the benefiting owners, including any required EIS. And further, that the property owners are responsible for all winter maintenance and waste management. And further, that the property owners be responsible for the removal of the bridges as a condition of providing the new private driveway. And further, that the property owners be required to provide securities as a condition of the agreement with respect to the removal of the bridges.
Okay,
so, there's a draft.
Thanks.
Yeah, through the chair to, I guess, Allison, because of the motion, I would like added that the report that Derek put out and they answered with their bold concerns. I think that they need to be able to sit down and discuss this with the Director of Public Works, because I think it was very simple at our meeting and it's become a little more convoluted, and they do have concerns, and I think they should be entitled to speak to their concerns on this.
Thank you. Member Burkett.
Thank you, through the chair. And I think this is great that we're sending it back. We're just not adamantly saying no. At least this gives the residents along that street an opportunity to get some feedback, and hopefully we can come to some sort of happy median. But in that report, Madam Clerk, I know that when we were there and when I spoke, there is a drainage issue. And I don't know if this committee would entertain our staff, because it would only benefit the roadway that's there. That's our road anyways, even though it's unassumed road. There is some minimal ditching that needs to be done. And if that would be part of the motion, that it would be on our expense, as the Director of Public Works did say that he would ditch that.
Well, I'll let CAO speak first. I'm not for that, but go ahead, Lori.
Thank you, through the chair. I just need to clarify what Councillor Cox is looking for, because they do have some concerns. when I read their things in bold, they don't want to set a time frame for the removal of the bridges, for example. And council has said we want the bridges out before they can connect. So we've brought all their concerns, and I think the motion covers all of the things that council wants. So I'm not sure what we're to go back and discuss or negotiate. That's my concern.
Member Burkett and then Member Cox.
Thank you, through Madam Chair. I think, and I'll let Member Cox speak first to what she says, and then I'll weigh in on it afterwards. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member Cox.
Yeah, through the chair. I think it's only fair that they have a chance to speak to it, because they did try to speak to it, and it was decided that they had to come to council first before Derek and them could speak. So I think it's only fair that they get to speak to this, and maybe it's a negotiation. I mean, we can tell them what we want, but they should have a chance also to air what they wanted to say back. And I do believe that we got an email saying that they had waited and didn't get a chance to talk to the Public Works Administrator. And when I talked to him, he said he was waiting for this report to come to council. So I believe that they do have a right to be able to speak and have a negotiation or talk about it, because I think we need to have open conversation back and forth, so everybody's clear on what is going to happen. Because right now, I think there's some muddy water compared to the on-site meeting to this.
So I think from the motion is Derek's going to go and speak to them, not alone. He'll go and talk to them, try and work that out. But I want to see this come back to council again.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Committee, wherever it comes back. Because I'm not in favor of us taking our township staff and now starting to do things on this road if it's going to be called a driveway.
And supplemental, the reason that the ditching isn't working along the tramway is when the township took it over, they went in and plowed the railway down and they filled in all the ditch along the side.
Well, we'll leave that up to Derek to look at.
Yes, and Derek did speak to that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Taylor and then Member Burkett.
Yeah, in the motion, Allison stated that it's winter maintenance. I'm saying any maintenance, period. It's not. The other one is it's sort of wishy-washy on the EIS there. It has to be an environmental impact statement for sure. Like, I'm not sure that was just sort of casually thrown in there. And back to what the Mayor Burkett is asking for, just a little bit of work by the township. Absolutely no, we shouldn't be doing anything. We don't do it anywhere else, and we shouldn't do it here. If it's just a minor job, they can do it. Because once again, we've got a lot of private roads, and we can't be opening up a can of worms here.
Okay, Member Burkett.
Thank you, through the chair, to Allison. So when you in the motion said bringing up the private laneway, like what exactly, like, are you looking for something in specific, or is it like if it's a laneway and they're using it and they get stuck in it, they would have to bring in the gravel themselves based on how well the road, like, I'm not sure what you meant by what you had written in the motion.
So based on discussions, I have called it a private driveway, because that's not a laneway and not a road allowance and not a road. It's a driveway.
But you said you needed it maintenance brought up to some sort of maintenance standard. What does that mean?
No, it just says further that the property owners are responsible for all driveway maintenance and waste management. Then that the cost of the private driveway be paid for by the benefiting property owners, including any required EIS. So if in order to access and create it as a driveway, they have to put gravel on it or do an EIS in order to be able to place that gravel, or as a condition of pulling out the bridges, and that is completely their responsibility.
And also there's one other thing that we talked about that needs to be gated at their cost at the other end. There needs to be a gate with a lock on it for their access only, because it is their private driveway, even though it's a unassumed road allowance.
Lori?
Thank you. Well, the clerk's working on that. I just wanted to clarify the ditching issue. It's probably not relevant to the motion. It's actually a trail. So right now we would ditch a trail to maintain it. So it's not really the same as Councillor Taylor's, and it's not really a condition of this agreement either. The trail needs some ditching, and we would do that outside of this particular discussion.
Well, Allison's still on, but I don't know, my map book's right here, but when you go back Lawson Line and then you turn to go down to Triple the Oaks, that road that went straight ahead, do you remember years ago, we wouldn't give them access on that at all. And that's a road in the township. So I think I'm not against giving these people an access, but I think it should be at their cost with the bridges coming out. Allison?
Okay, so I have an updated motion. It's a bit long, so I'll go through it again. So the motion reads that the Public Works Report W22-24 dated June 22nd with respect to West Street Extension private bridges be received. And further that the Township of Severn enter into a license of occupation with the owners of 6, 10, 26, 28, and 30 River Street to provide a private driveway along the previous railway corridor. And further that the cost of the new private driveway be paid for by the benefiting property owners, including any required EIS and installation of a gate at the driveway entrance. And further that the property owners are responsible for all general driveway maintenance and waste management. And further that the property owners be responsible for the removal of the bridges as a condition of providing a new private driveway. And further that the property owners be required to provide securities as a condition of the agreement with respect to the removal of the bridges. And further that the Director of Public Works review the proposal with the impacted property owners and report back.
Member Burkett, and then Member Taylor.
Through Madam Chair. So the way it reads, the motion reads, Madam Clerk, does that mean that each bridge owner now, the way you have it written, would have to place securities with the township? Because I think as they come online to use the driveway, that's the way I understood it, they would have to pay securities. But I think the way you've written the motion is before we'll allow anyone to use that driveway, they would all have to leave securities with the township. Is that the way I'm understanding it?
I am going to defer that to the Director of Public Works and CIO with respect to what their expectation is with respect to this. If in general, with respect to license of occupations, before we let someone use their property, we require any security or studies or such done before they're allowed to sign the agreement. But I leave, maybe that's part of the discussion with the Director of Public Works.
Through the chair, and I think actually the clerk has nailed it right at the end there. It will be a bit of a negotiation. So the standard template that is the license of occupation has clearly defined conditions. One of the conditions for security may have to be expanded to talk about the tiered level of securities and how a security is triggered. This is a kind of a unique license of occupation because we have multiple stakeholders. And in our response, to the group, we had talked about how that cost sharing arrangement would work and how the relationship would work, between all of those benefiting property owners, because as you know, things change, right? People may sell a home or, there's a number of things that can change, and these are longstanding agreements. So staff will work out those details and get it back to committee for review.
Member Taylor.
Yeah, just through to Derek and or Lori there. So how do multiple property owners using one bridge? Is that complicated or simple, or how does that work?
Lori?
Derek may think differently, but I think it'll be complicated. I mean, they have to, it's not complicated for us. We will expect them to come to an agreement, right? It's their request and their work to be done, which is probably why it hasn't happened in the last 10 years, right? I think you had this discussion 10 years ago and it hasn't moved forward. But if in the 10 years, the bridges have deteriorated, and so they're going to have to work harder at it if they want to access.
Well, I know 10 years ago, one of those bridge owners said, we just fixed up our bridge, it cost us $15,000. We're not tearing it out now. So I do agree, it's up to them to come to agreement themselves. Member Taylor.
And then just another thing, if it's complicated, then we're going to need legal advice from our end, and that should be borne by the people involved with the bridges here.
Lori, and then Judith.
So I don't think it's complicated from our end. We issue license of occupations all the time. It's just that they're going to have to form a partnership to accept the license of occupation. So I don't see it being complicated on our end. I see it being complicated on their end, which they'll probably want to get some legal and work it out between them how it's all going to work. But from our end, it should be fairly simple.
Member Cox.
Yeah. I will vote in favor of this motion only so that we can start negotiating with them, because I know the concern is for Yvette to be able to have access from medical services, plus the fact that her bridge is deteriorating. But I really believe that in all fairness and good faith, if you go back and read the reports and you read the motions, it says a roadway and that we bought it for that reason.
Okay, do we need the motion read again, or is there any further? Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor and we need a mover and a seconder. We're just moving this forward, guys. Mover and seconder. Moved by member McIntyre, second by member Burkett. All in favor. And that's carried. Okay, moving right along. Do we go back now, or do you want to do the administration?
We'll do the two administration reports.
Thank you. So F41, administration report, dark sky bylaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as requested by council, staff have drafted up a dark sky bylaw. It's based on the grand majority of our neighbors that have them in place at this point. So there are a couple of pieces that I just want to pull out for council's attention. One in particular is dealing with the pre-existing non-conforming lights or luminaires. So right now it's proposed in our bylaw that anybody who has a pre-existing one has a window of time in order to get into compliance. So we're proposing 5 years. When Muskoka and all their municipalities brought their bylaws into effect between 2014 and 2016, they gave people 10 years to come into compliance with the bylaw. Recently, Georgian Bay Township, after they've already had their bylaw in place for 7 years or 6 years, shortened theirs to 1 year. But again, they'd already had a bylaw in place with a grandfathering clause for a window of time. Staff are therefore proposing 5 years. That said, there is a clause in there on a public safety clause that would override that. So if there was a genuine public safety concern, then we can go around that 5 year period. But there is expectation that as we have not, unlike the Muskoka ones, gone through a public process on this proposed bylaw, sorry, I'm a bit tongue-tied today, that we need to give people time to be aware, one, that the bylaw exists, and two, to change any light fixtures that they have. Again, going back to, if we do have complaints, we can look at it with respect to whether or not it is a public safety issue, and if it is, then proceed from there. Do want to also raise council's awareness to the fact that this will affect township streetlights, private and public recreation facilities. So as we replace streetlights or have new ones installed, they would be required to be the conforming type of light fixtures. Same with ball diamonds and such like that. So there was a couple schedules attached to the draft bylaw that kind of show what that lighting would look like. Same with billboards. So instead of having your light facing up, your light would face down from the top. You see that on a lot of the newer style billboards anyways. Beyond that, it's the draft is very matching to what our neighbors have all done in comparison as well. So I guess it's any questions?
Any questions? Member Taylor and then Member Burkett.
Yeah, I think 5 years is ridiculous. Through the chair, I was thinking like 1 month. What's happening with the initial complaint, this is an invasion of one's privacy. It's on 24 hours a day, all through the night, shining into their house. It's an easy fix. Why you need, I think, make it 1 month and change it. Either turn the damn thing off or don't have it leave your property and bother. This is a good neighbor bylaw, and we should help our good neighbors out here, our taxpayers.
Thank you for that input. Member Burkett.
Thank you, through Madam Chair. I feel for the resident that has this light, but we've actually had one complaint. And I look at what this is going to open. It's going to open a Pandora's box. So if we have a street light now and someone's going to complain about our street light, what do we do? And how do we enforce this? Like, how do we go out at 7 or 9, well, it's 9:30, 10 o'clock before it gets dark now? How do we send someone out to enforce this? Like, I'm really struggling with this. This is no different than the gun bylaw that we had. And we made a mistake when we enacted that. And believe it or not, a lot of our residents are reading our meetings, which is great. So I'm really struggling with this one. As much as I'd like to help this person out, I can't vote in favor of it. I'm sorry.
Well, I can tell you, like, if somebody's shining a light into your house, and we've had it happen here, happens from the Canadiana. I've complained to them year after year. You sit down in our favorite chair to watch TV, there's a light shining right through the window at us. It's not fair. I didn't go to the township over it. I went to them. They won't do it. Yay, the berm comes along and I can't see it anymore. But you know what? You have somebody come and sit and shine their car lights in your front door nonstop through the evening. It's not fair. And if we need a bylaw to stop this, we need one. And if that brings things forward, we just did those last lighting and all our lights were shining down. I know we had a problem in the parking lot in Coldwater. And when they put when they put lights in there, people up Gray Street were phoning like crazy. What are you doing? We can't even, with our blinds closed, sleep in our bedroom. We simply had that contractor come in and shine them down. Problem over. So yeah, a lot of people haven't, a lot of people aren't coming forward, but a lot of people are putting up with nuisance lighting that is not fair. And you talk about mental health, you go to that. Sit in your living room and have lights, or your bedroom and have lights shine in. It's not fair. And I would like to see the time frame knocked down. If you don't need that light, shut it off. Member Cox.
I'm having struggle also because it's one complaint. And my other struggle is I know that they've had issues in Georgian Bay with it. And my other one is the enforcement of it. And my other one is when we were looking at that subdivision on Anderson Line, and I was very concerned that that house across the road from the entrance was going to have lights shining on it. There wasn't a concern then. And I think if we're going to do this, we need to have a public meeting, because I am not going to have people calling me and saying, what do you think? You're telling us all how we need to change our lights just because one person. A public meeting is the only way I would even think of complying or having this bylaw passed. And the thing I find interesting is I was sure that when we put street lights in subdivisions, this would be through the chair to Derek. I thought that there was something in it that we did low down lighting. I thought we'd ask for that.
We did.
Yeah, through the chair. So they are cutoff lights, but there's spillover. I mean, they're certainly, yeah, and they're mounted at a pretty high elevation. Yeah. Some of our street lights, and depends on what area you're kind of referring to and how close the residential area is to them, may not meet this bylaw. So I think there's certainly some concerns there, but we've had spillover light from parking lot lights we've recently installed and had to adjust. Their light pollution is a concern, and then this bylaw regulates it, but does exempt some municipal operations as well.
Well, supplemental, I'm just concerned because look at the amount of money, thank goodness we got a grant that we just spent on putting all that special lighting in, and now we have to turn around and replace everything because one person can't shut his light off.
Allison, and then back to Member Taylor.
Thank you. So again, in the difference between the proposed window for getting your lights into compliance versus dealing with the one-off public safety issue. So again, general window of time proposed for getting lights into compliance for the entire township. except for, I'm going to say, township ones that need to go through the capital budgeting replacement cycle, because that's when they would be dealt with, is 5 years from date of passage. Public safety. So the clause reads, every person shall bring pre-existing non-conforming luminaires that have been determined to direct light towards street, parking lots, or navigable waterways and cause glare to motorists, cyclists, boaters, and therefore deemed to be a public safety concern into compliance. So if it's a one-off issue, we can look at it with respect to that one clause that will supersede the 5-year window. But in general, there are reasons why across Muskoka, when they brought theirs into effect, that they actually gave people 10 years because lighting for most people is not cheap to change out. And it does deal with many properties across the whole municipality. If this was dealing with a light at the end of a dock, so it's actually dealing with lights on a navigable waterway. So in the Trent Severn situation, we'd have to reach out to the authority to find out whether or not they want us to deal with it or whether or not they will deal with it directly. They do have the ability to deal with some navigable waters like themselves. And that is the same practice that Georgian Bay follows as well.
Thank you. Member Taylor.
Yeah, through the chair, first of all, the mayor brings up the noise bylaw. We put a noise bylaw through. Nothing's cast in stone. We fine-tuned it. It's working to help us counteract short-term rentals. So the gun, we missed the gun thing there, but nothing's cast in stone. You put a bylaw through, you amend it, you make it work. So back to this dark sky bylaw, are we doing way too much? Like, this is a light from 2,000 feet away shining into one's living room here. Yet we're applying it to township lights throughout the whole time. Like, I think we've gone way too far. This is an invasion of private property from 2,000 feet away. And certainly, to goodness, we can put something in to deal with this one. And Allison, in your opinion, with this bylaw, can we stop the light from shining on this guy's property from 2,000 feet away?
Truly, without going on there and sitting on their property and seeing it with respect to whether or not it actually constitutes a safety issue, I can't tell you one way or the other. Going by photos that were submitted by someone else, our officer would have to go out and do the inspection themselves at night. And bear in mind, these are light bylaws that we do not work in the evenings. So if something like this and we receive a complaint, and if it went to court, this is an instance where the complainant has to show up in court to defend any photos or submission that they've made, because we are unable to attend in the evenings to collect that evidence. So I cannot guarantee that this matter will be dealt with within the public safety thing. Within the general window of the 5 years, 100% it could be dealt with.
Member Taylor, Member Burkett, then Member.
On the rare occurrence of a nighttime visit, why can't staff, if we, you schedule it in advance, that you go out, see it, observe it, take pictures, you're there on site, and rectify the issue there. So I tend to hear what Member Burkett's saying. We've gone way too far to what this is a gross, this is a bad neighbor affecting another neighbor, and we've got to come up with a solution to stop it. Like, that's what we're here for. And I'm not happy with to go to the expense of, when I hear changing lights that aren't up to speed. Like, what would, in your anticipation, Allison, how many of our township lights are in jeopardy here, and what cost to the township is it going to be when we really don't have any complaints from the township lighting? So this has gone way too far.
I'm going to defer that one to the Director of Public Works, because I don't know our streetlights. But the way it's readed is that when new upgrades are required and new streetlights are being installed, then they'll be brought up to the standard. So we don't need to go back and retrofit what's currently there unless they're being upgraded or scheduled for replacement, or they're going in new. So I think that's an important piece to put in there. Maybe the director can speak to it.
Certainly, and yeah, I don't think the intent of this bylaw is to run around and basically replace all the streetlights we just replaced in 2016. The standard is, and we've been meeting the standard anyways as part of our engineering standards. When we do a new upgrade for a streetlight, we do a couple of things. One is dark dark sky compliance, and a group called IESAN, but they certify the light to be dark sky compliant, full cutoff. And then the second thing we do is look at the actual illuminated surface of the roadway. And that's a different standard, and that's a safety standard for transportation perspective. And that's why we hire guys like, Tatham Engineering right now to upgrade the streetlights on Festerton, well, at Festerton side road, really on County Road 16, to provide uniform, evenly distributed light that has dark sky compliance. We do that as a standard anyway. So I don't think it's going to make a massive difference that it's embedded in our dark sky compliance, but it does show our community that we ourselves are committed to controlling light pollution.
Thank you. Member Burkett and then Member Cox.
Through the chair, through Madam Chair, and no disrespect, Madam or Member Taylor, I understand wholeheartedly that it would bother me as well. But listening to Madam Clerk and this 5-year window that one has is not going to help this man. And further, if the gentleman that has the light on can take that and see you in court, which could take another year. Like, I believe this is a civil matter between the two parties. I believe that a judge, if this gentleman that, not the gentleman that has the light, but the other gentleman needs to take this gentleman to court to let a judge decide what the actual outcome will be, because it's wrong what he's doing, shining that light in his face. But we as a township really have no clout, because I can tell you, he's just going to laugh at us and take us to court.
Allison, do you have something before Member Cox?
Certainly. So if council chooses not to proceed with this bylaw, then any lighting issues, such as the one that Councillor Taylor is speaking to, would become a private civil issue, as it currently would sit. So.
Thank you. Member Cox.
Yeah, through the chair. I understand what Derek's saying, but stop and think. If we put this bylaw in place, it becomes complaint driven. So when people now say, oh, I don't like that street light, it's shining in my house, and they're going to complain, and then we're going to have to change it. And then someone else says, I just think we're opening a Pandora's box. And if we are going to do it, I believe that to do it properly, and maybe we should have done that with our noise bylaw, is to have a public meeting. So our residents have an opportunity to speak to it if they think it's worth the money and the time, or if it's something that they are very concerned with. And it's only fair that we go out to them first and ask.
So I went online and read Aurelia's new, they're having complaints with these lights shining, and it's very short and sweet. I think it's about 2 paragraphs. Anything going forward, your lights have to shine down. And the same thing, if your light shining, I don't know if you can answer this question, Member Taylor, if you've heard, has the person that it's affecting the other person been let known that their light is that invasive?
Yes, they know it, and he doesn't want to turn it off or change the direction.
Even though he's not even there, how kind. But could this not be part of that good neighbor bylaw? Allison?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We don't have any one good neighbor bylaw. We have a series of bylaws.
Yeah,
so there's no way. I would suggest that because of the nature of this, it would be appropriate if council wants to shrink this down, then that's fine. Yeah. If council wants to leave it as we based our draft off of what all of the Muskoka municipalities are using. So this is the template that is coming from Georgian Bay, Muskoka Lakes, Gravenhurst, Bracebridge, Huntsville, Lake of Bays. So I think it's Muskoka Lakes goes a little further because they actually have like a designated dark sky area. So theirs actually goes even further in certain aspects, but this is the based off the template and direction that staff were given. So
are we basing it off Muskoka's because of the water?
We're basing it off, I started with Georgian Bays because that's the direction council provided. So
okay. No, but I said, like, if I go and look at it, really is, it's very short and sweet. It's like 2 paragraphs. I think we're getting too far into with all this. I see Lori Kennard's back up here again. So hello, Lori.
Thank you. I don't even have to put my card up, just by my face. I'm not sure if this is useful, but I wonder if we're basing it on other bylaws, if we want to find out how many successful enforcements they've had, because I would suggest very few. Georgian Bay has put in a bylaw, but I know they haven't done any enforcement on it.
Okay, Member Taylor, this is yours. So
yeah, so I'm swaying to what Member Cox is saying there, but let's keep it simple. Like whether it's a public meeting, something simple. This is an invasion of private property, and if we can do something, i.e., through a bylaw, a simple bylaw to stop this, that's what we should do. Before we didn't have a noise bylaw, so if the police came to a noisy place at midnight, there's nothing that the police can go by, but now they can. We have a noise bylaw. So this way, if we have a simple dark sky bylaw, let's go back to the drawing board and either A, have a public meeting as per Member Cox, or we come up with something really simple. Keep it the KISS principle, keep it simple, stupid. So keep it simple. If it's 2 paragraphs, let's do that and solve this problem.
okay, so do we take this for information and ask for an open meeting? What, Member Cox?
Yeah, through the chair, I would like to suggest that we send it back to staff to come back with something simpler, and then we can look at it. And if we think it's important enough, we can have a meeting, a public meeting if we want. But right now, I think it needs to go back and just be made simpler.
Okay, so Allison, you need to jot a new one down there. And
like, don't shine a great big light in your neighbor's face or you get charged.
Yeah. Maybe you should write it for us, Member Cox.
I can write it because I've had it twice. I contacted both of those people, and Lady Anna didn't comply, but the other people did. Actually,
so the updated motion read that administration report number A22-022 dated June 22nd, 2022 regarding a dark sky bylaw be received, and that staff report back with a simplified draft dark sky bylaw.
Fantastic. Mover and seconder. Moved by Member Taylor, seconded by Member McIntyre. All in favor? That's carried. Okay. Renaming Big Chief. Allison.
Just let me grab my next file. So following the discussions at the March committee meeting, I sent correspondence off to Chief Williams and received a response recently back, which is attached to the report, requesting that the road be renamed to Chief Island Road. And so at this point, staff are just seeking endorsement from council on the new proposed name. Next steps would be, while it's not in there, would be that we'd vet it through 911 to make sure there's no naming issues. And then if there aren't, then we would just send correspondence out to the impacted property owners. I'm just seeking their feedback. Once we have that feedback, then we'll report back at a future meeting.
So my question is, did Rama not like big? Is that the word they didn't like? Because they're still using Chief Island.
The reason why, as they state in their correspondence, where they want to use Chief Island is because that's the name of the island itself. The term big is what they consider to be derogatory, condescending, and indicates inferiority. So that was in their initial correspondence. So that is why they're proposing the name change. So
yeah, I read it, but it's like it's letting you believe you're going to be driving to an island. Well, you've still got Chief Island. I'm not opposed to it if that's what they want. Have at it, but I just couldn't understand. Anyway, they think it's derogatory. We don't want to upset them. Any other comments? The motion then, please, Allison.
Certainly. Motion reads that administration report number A22-023 dated June 22nd, 2022 regarding road renaming Big Chief Road be received, and the council endorses the new proposed name of Chief Island Road as requested by Rama First Nation, and further that the correspondence be sent to the impacted property owners seeking their feedback on the matter.
Mover and seconder, please. Moved by Member Stevens, second by Member Cox. All in favor? And that's carried.
Thank you.
So,
Madam Chair, might I suggest at this point that we take like a bit of a recess for lunch and then come back?
Yeah, so it's 5 after 12 now. We've got a lot to cover here yet. What, 12:30 or?
I think 12:30 would be good.
Perfect. Okay. We'll see you all 12:30.
See you then.
on then. So now we need to go back, right, Allison? So we're going back up to the consent agenda. And the first one that was pulled, Allison? You're muted.
Oh, sorry, D 2.1, the speed reduction request for Quarry Road.
Okay, I think that was Member Taylor pulled that.
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, we've got the email here from Sarah Hare, and basically, there's a lot of empty trucks and full trucks coming out of Lafarge Quarry there, and I said to her, I gave her the proper OPP number, the 188-310-1122 number, and she's going to be using that number. But what I'm hoping that if Public Works can come up with some data there with whatever tools he's got, the black box or whatever, that it's really from Quarry Road from Fell Line to North River Drive, and then come back to council with just how bad is the speeding there, because it's speeding, not just cars, it's dump trucks too, and there's kids along that road. So if we get some data, but I'm also asking if township staff can advise the Lafarge Quarry that's located on Quarry Road that there's a concern about speeding travel trucks coming to and from their quarry. So that's what I'm hoping we can do with if Allison can come up with a motion there, that would be great.
Okay, Allison, do you have some, or does anybody else want to comment? Okay, we'll wait for Allison then.
Sure. So the motion based off Councillor Taylor's comments is that township staff prepared data to obtain vehicle speed information on Quarry Road from Fell Line to North River Drive and then report back to council. And further that the township advised Lafarge Quarry on Quarry Road that there is a concern about speeding gravel trucks, both full and empty on Quarry Road.
Okay, a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Member Taylor, seconded by Member Burkett, and all in favor. And that's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Member Cox, did you pull D 2.2?
No, I believe that was yourself, Madam Chair. That's
No.
the Engineers Association.
Oh, I've got that as D 2.3.
Sorry, no one pulled D 2.2. It was just due straight to D 2.3.
Okay, this was just for discussion. I can't believe that these engineers are going to the government to make the townships, and maybe I'm mistaken, to hire one of them. We have our own through another company right now, and I don't see that every one of us should be mandatory to hire an engineer. Derek, can you speak to that?
So through the chair, certainly I can, and I think the letter really doesn't direct us to. It just wants to make, maybe municipal councils, specifically in smaller rural areas, aware of the value of good engineering. And we certainly know that here, right? We often, you'll see that I've hired engineers for design of new road constructions and pedestrian crossovers, street lights. Anytime there is a change in municipal infrastructure, we hire engineers. And so we already do that practice. We have no desire to retain one ourselves, but we certainly take any opportunity we can to make sure that our infrastructure is well engineered.
And so it's through Annie and Associates we deal right now we deal through lots, but they're kind of there if we need them. So I don't like this letter, and I don't think we should support it. Anybody else have any input? I guess not. So I'm not in support of it. That's what I would like the motion to read.
Why don't we just
Member Burkett and then Member Taylor.
Through Madam Chair, why don't we just receive it for information? Just leave it at that.
Because it's information that I don't agree with.
Well, I don't know if, sorry, through you, Madam Chair, but I don't know if it'll go anywhere. Is it actually going to go back to them, or is it like, I'm not sure what the process is. Maybe Madam Clerk can help me.
Yeah.
Thank you. So typically after a council meeting, when all the motions are ratified, then correspondence is sent back to the company or individual or what have you, just advising that the correspondence was received for information, or council indicates their support, or council indicates that they do not support, or whatever the direction is.
So I would like the motion to read that we do not support it, that we hire through as you need. That we don't need to pay, like they even said in their own remarks, smaller townships can't afford a full-time one. So we don't, and we hire as needed. So I don't support them thinking that, and as far as I'm concerned, it's the pecuniary interest on their part. They're wanting us to hire them. Member Taylor.
Yeah, no, I think you hit it on the head. I think we hire professional engineers as required, as we require. We don't have one sitting at like a fire department and call them. So I don't, we just respond back saying, hey, we're handling it this way and we don't agree with what you're saying. So
do you have a motion, something like that? And we'll see how it sits.
Certainly. So the motion reads that the correspondence from the Municipal Engineers Association re retention of professional engineers at Ontario municipalities be received, and that the Township of Severn does not support the matter as the township retains engineers as required.
Thank you. I need a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Member Taylor, seconded by, can I second it, Allison?
Not unless you want to pass the chair.
No, go ahead. Moved by member, or seconded by Member Burkett. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. Now D2 point, which one did you pull, Member Cox?
Oh, I thought you pulled one. Same one I did.
You both pulled 2 points.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead in this one because I've got the next one also.
I just wanted to comment that I thought it was very nice that somebody actually answered a letter that we had responded to and were positive about that from AMO in January. So that was my comment, that I was very happy that somebody actually answered us.
Okay, motion?
Just accept his information, I guess.
Okay, so the motion will just be that the correspondence from CNRL with regards to response to the province on drainage be received for information.
Mover and a seconder. Moved by Member Cox, second by Member McIntyre. All in favor? And that's carried. I pulled 2.5, integrated library services. I know the chair of the regional review wanted this to go out, not just from county, but to all the municipalities for them to understand totally what's going on. But I really, Member Burkett was at county with me there. What they're not telling you here is that this is only 2-year contract for this person they've hired.
Go ahead.
They've taken 4
Sitting
people
here,
out.
nobody in here, sitting there.
They've taken 4 people out of that department, put them somewhere else within the county because they're union people and they can't let them go. And now they're going to hire somebody under, and they told us it was a 2-year contract, but now they're saying here it's like this person's in there for IT. They're not telling us everything, and I'm not happy with this report back to us. So I don't know how Member Burkett feels about it, but they said they're going to transition on a layoff for four library staff because they can't do it because they're union. They're not filling the CEO position, but instead are going to 2 full-time dedicated library IT people. Along with so they're going to take the $200,000 budget that's already there. Then they're going to take $280,000 out of reserves to cover those positions. They want a single cut. They want the single card membership. So if I have a membership here in Coldwater, I can go down to Bradford West and take out a library book. Am I going to return that book to Bradford West? There's a lot of concerns about that, and that's what's in here. The county wants us all to upgrade our library equipment at the cost to our libraries, not the county anymore. Material costing is eliminated, all hands on materials collected. We will not be able to afford this on our budgets. So I don't know if you all read and understood this, but it's gone through. There's nothing we can do. But I think the main thing in the very end is The county are not the body that can stop this library system. It's the Ontario government. And I don't know where it's going to go in 2 years. That's all I want. That's all I want to say about it. Member Burkett.
Thank you, through Madam Chair. And I hope that there's no disrespect to you, but I voted in favor of it for the simple reason that I'm not sure, and I know that it comes from the province, but I don't fully understand how it actually works, because we've never been privy to the library board other than we get reports from you every month when you meet. But it's no different than the Aurelia Library. We use the services of the Aurelia Library. We're not asking for them to change anything, but I still don't understand why the county's even involved. And as it says in the report, the number one complaint that they get from any of the libraries within the county is help with IT. And that's why they're stepping up to support the IT department and what goes on within the 16-member municipalities. Like, as far as the cuts that they're making, I can understand why they're cutting it, but to add, they've looked at what the most needed thing is, as I said, in the county, and it's help with IT, and they're going to help us, and they're going to go above and beyond it to help us. So I think it's great what they're doing, and that's why I voted in favor of it.
I think you're missing the point that the IT is there for 2 years. They told us that at the county. The staff they're hiring, so they took 4 out of that department and integrated them somewhere into the county. That gets me, because if we needed 4 more people in the county, why wasn't it through at budget time? But now we take 4 and we put them out there, and now we hire 2 new people, supposedly under contract for 2 years. So in 2 years, that IT is going to be gone. I just want everybody to understand that. Member Burkett.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Yes, I understood that. But again, they've drafted this, and the new council may not be in favor of it, depending on how much need there is for the other municipalities to use the IT. If they show a huge demand, new council may look at this and say it shall remain.
Well, I don't know. In 2 years, it's all gone. So
well, it could be all gone as well.
It went through counties. So I just want everybody to know that they're not putting in there that 2 years, this is all gone. So anyway, just take the rest for information. Oh, Member Taylor?
Yeah, no, that after reading into it, I just wasn't sure what happens after 2 years. And is there a danger that the Coldwater Library will close, or it's going to cost more money, or et cetera, et cetera?
It can't close, because the Ontario government says that every municipality has to have a library service. So it's not going to close, but the budgets are going to go up. They have to, because it says right there, like, we're not going to have all these books that we've been able to, as a group, share the cost of. Anyway, I just want everybody to look at that and know that I'm not in favor of this, and what's going to happen in 2 years will be interesting for budgets. So I just would like Allison to write a motion to say, take it for information.
Certainly. So the motion just reads that the correspondence from the County of Simcoe regarding establishment of ILS be received for information.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Member Taylor, seconded by Member Cox. All in favor? Okay, moving along. Oh, okay, we'll go down to
you're at member updates,
yeah,
Madam Chair.
Yeah. So we'll start all over there at Ward 1.
Okay, thank you. I have just 3 items to report. Sunday, June the 12th was a grand opening at the Coldwater Mill, the 2nd floor gallery opening. Well attended. Thanks to the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Councillor Cox for attending. And also thank you, Mayor Burkett, for your kind words regarding Gwen Robinson, and Councillor Cox for bringing the bouquet of flowers. It was it hit her pretty good, and it was well done. Village and Hamlets, we've been advised by Derek and Pat that the mural is going up in Port Severn on Friday at 1 p.m. There's no fanfare for this, but it's just in time for the big event on Saturday. So good luck, Derek and Pat, and hopefully it's going to look good for all the people on Saturday. And then Segbay, the Reconnect Port Severn is a go. We met yesterday and it looks like everything's in line with good weather. Speeches and ribbon cutting will be at 11, and it'll be a great event for the whole family. So hopefully you can come out and enjoy that. Unfortunately, I won't be there, but it should be a good day. Thank you.
Okay, Member Cox.
Lake Country. Our AGM will be on September 13th, and it'll be at Quails. And we've had an increase in our cycling, even though 2016, and even through the pandemic. Brendan came and did a presentation for us. And amazingly enough, $850,000 was spent in Simcoe County in 2021. And they say that these are only the bicycle people who actually have an app where they put it in, and they assume, and they've averaged this, that each bicycle is $316 a night that we get. The next one is the motorcycle is coming through Coldwater, and they are going to talk to the bike night people, and motorcyclists spend $865,000, and most motorcycle drivers have incomes over $95,000. I thought that was very interesting. Brandon's going to get an app and let us know about it that tells what is available in our areas. And I think we're going to be looking at the Trip Trivia app. And on August 10th, that's when the Great Canadian Bicycle Challenge comes through Coldwater. So Tracy and Pat are getting more information so I can take it to the BIA so we can be ready for that weekend. And the businesses will be able to maybe decorate their windows or do something for all the bicycles, people who are coming through.
What date was that again, Judith?
Pardon me?
The bikes in Coldwater, what was the
August
date?
10th.
August 10th, okay.
And Witches Walk, this is BIA. So at the BIA, we're doing a Rediscover Coldwater Day on Saturday, July 16th. We have 15 nonprofit groups that will have tables set up to let people know what's going on in Coldwater if they'd like to join any of the clubs or the groups. We're hoping to have henna tattoos and some face painting and other things, some music. And we're hoping, Mark's hoping we can shut down the street, not you, Mark missing, shut down the street for the day. So I have to go store to store to see if that's okay with them. And then we'll figure out if we have enough people in order to do that. And the other one is at my Lake Country, I talked to them about the Witches Walk, and they're very keen. Quails is going to work with us on an event on the Saturday, because if we have it on the Friday night, what we're trying to do is do it the Friday night and fix it so that they'll come back the next day. Because a lot of the women don't want to stand in line and go into the stores. So they're thinking maybe some of the stores could give out discounts or something for the next day so they come back to Coldwater. Quail said that they'd like to be able to do something to help pull in people. Lisa from Red Shed commented that maybe we could do some either painting and wine or just painting and craft things that people can come in for 45 minutes, they can make it and off they go. So it looks to me like Witches Walk is going to be pretty popular this year, and we're going to have a table at that Rediscover Coldwater because we're going to need a decorating witches committee plus a Witches Walk committee for that. That's it.
Thank you. Member Stevens. You're muted, Ron. If you just hold your space bar down, we'll be able to hear you.
Not working.
Councillor McIntyre, perhaps you could help Councillor Stevens.
I think Member Stevens is Burkett's on his way.
Takes two.
Oh, and there's David too.
Oh, thank you. For last month, I attended 2 meetings with the Aurora Library Board, and we had 3 events with SSCA, and which were were handled very, very well, and we certainly benefit from that. So it was a total of 5 meetings for me, plus my normal duties here at Severn Township. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Member Burkett, or McIntyre, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Reports from Ward 5. No parade this year for Canada Day because of the detour that goes through the village. There will be a pancake breakfast at the Lions Club on Canada Day, beginning at, I think, 8:30-ish. Further to that, there'll be a beer garden. There'll be 8 or 9 bands I think they've booked for the hall and or the Centennial Park. We have a couple of things going. The art club and the home hardware are kind of on board. I'm awaiting a response from the lumberyard and from the Kim's Kitchen regarding Beautify Oshago. What else have I got here? Let me just think. Oh, there'll be prizes awarded for the youngsters on Canada Day from the Lions, I think, for the children who decorate their bikes and their helmets. So we're going to try to make the best of a bad situation with no parade, but there's going to be lots of activities in Ward 5 for Canada Day. That's all I have today.
So Jim, is that beer garden going to be down in the Centennial Park, or is it up at the Lions building?
I'm waiting to hear back from Karen Mason whether it's going to be at Centennial Park or whether it's going to be in the Lions Hall. I know there's activities in the Lions Hall, and I think I sent you off a picture of the board that's got activities.
Yeah, and I saw that. That's attached to the ice rink wall there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess if we want a beer, we'll find it, won't we, Jim?
Oh, heck yes. I don't think there's any political speeches or anything of that nature this time, but I believe the mayor is going to be at the pancake breakfast with his glad handing and saying hello to his official greeter. So I may be there with him. We'll see. But I don't think there's much in the way of speeches by anybody. So
thank you.
That's all
I believe the beer garden's up at the Lions Hall. Just because I'm looking at the special occasions permit literally right now.
Okay.
You know more than me. That's good to know.
Thank you. Okay, Member Burkett.
Thank you. And they will, through you, Madam Chair, they will have the road closed for a short while. And thank you to Mr. Burke for working with the Lions Club to allow that. Busy month for me. I won't go into detail, but it seems every time there's something that goes on at Hawkridge, I get an invite. I spent most of the month there. It was quite interesting. I won't go into detail. Affordable housing, we did have one meeting. There wasn't much on it at the county. Basically, the numbers are rising with the number of homeless people that are within the county. And of course, different groups looking to us for help. But as you know, it's a huge struggle and it's a challenge. The airport meeting is tomorrow, and unfortunately, I will be missing it. But reading through the agenda, there's some good news coming. I can't, tell you what's happening, but great investment for the county. I can see what will happen with that airport. Just to Member Taylor, I just want to reach out to him at the mill to thank him for everything that he does, but more so to thank all his family members. And it was quite funny because he introduced his brother as a relative and not his brother, but in the audience were his 2 sisters and his 3rd sister that I didn't know about, but I got it because he neglected to mention that he had coerced her to do all the cooking. So Mark, you're in her bad books, and that's his twin, and he forgot about her. I think that that covers it, Madam Chair.
Thanks for coming there too, Mike. It was greatly appreciated.
Thanks. So we had a BIA meeting and everything's moving along great. Lots of events planned between now and the fall. Flowers are up and they're doing extremely well. And the grant money I got from the County of Simcoe, the arbors are decorated and Eagles should be planting those 3 trees this afternoon or tomorrow. So that's something that's going to be, so it's at the trailhead by the beer store. So really it's kind of to block the beer store when you first come into town. People are going to find that beer store, but it's more to enhance our our banner arms to tell people what's going on. And because it's at the trailhead also, if there's cyclists want to just sit down, have a picnic, or get into the shade there in the future, there'll be some place to go. So that was BIA. A library meeting. They had 6 kids do the babysitting course and got certificates last year because nobody was going anywhere and the kids couldn't do the course. We didn't have any, so it was quite exciting to have eight people. Our librarian, they had a meeting with Alan Greenwood, so he's at county staff. He stated that the upcoming budget for 2023 will be $200,000, and that does not include the new staffing. Number of questions are asked about the budgets but they didn't have any calculations. There's $310,000 for 2021. County libraries gave at least $50,000 for the operating system. This is also a charge that will not be covered in the future for 2023. So we're either going to lose a lot of services or there's going to be a lot of downloading that comes right back to our township. We had 150 Google searches, 12 calls, 60 directions, and 108 people visited our website. Really has 1,011 active members, 22 renewals. So the last thing, the sharing place is going to use the library as a depot. So I know when I used to work at the school on feeding the children breakfast, I had a little girl come to me one year. It was just, we were going into Christmas break and she wanted to know if we were going to be there through Christmas to have food for them. And I had to tell her no, because we're not there during Christmas, and she didn't know what she was going to do for breakfast. So the sharing place are going to have these snack bags at the library. So if there's kids out and about, they don't have anything to eat, they can drop in and Dee will give them a little snack to have. So I thought that was pretty special. So if you ever ask to give money to the sharing place, please give a couple of bucks, because it goes to our children, not always to the adults. The county, so the new home and beating that they're putting an addition on, it was to be $12 million. They got into bad soil. I don't know what happened with the testing, but it went from 12 million to 17 million. So that's something we had to continue on with. We couldn't stop with ground already opened. The thing that I voted against was the new paramedic center in Brantford. We have the land, it's county land, or it's owned by the county. We won't look for new stuff, but the request was so much greater that I felt that if we waited and put it back out next year, we may have been able to save some money, but I was down on that. And when I see that they voted down a library for $807,000, but they will go millions and millions above on everything else, makes me sick. So anyway, that's all I have at the county, and that's all I have in my committees. Thank you. Okay, so moving along to Chief Administrator Officer updates.
I've got my blur on, so I'm not sure you can see, but I just wanted to show council that we got our trophy for our brand identity award that we won. So normally I would present it, but it's kind of hard to do in Zoom. And my
Lori, if it's right in front of you, we can see it. Hold it right there. You go.
It's see-through, so you can see through to my face, but it's a cute little award and something to be very proud of. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to show council that. And, I think we've covered everything else we're doing on the agenda today, so I'm probably good. We've had a lot going on.
Okay, so we're going into closed session, Allison.
No.
You're muted.
I'm muted again today. So the motion reads that committee resolve in a closed session that the meeting is hereby now closed to the public pursuant to the Municipal Act SO 2001, Chapter 25, Section 2393.1 for the purpose of holding a training session for the members at which no member shall discuss or otherwise deal with any matter in any way that materially advances the business or decision making of council, local board, or committee.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Member Taylor, second by Member McIntyre. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, Allison.
No problem. Okay, so the motion reads that closed session adjourn at 1:15 and that the meeting is hereby now reopened to the public.
Moved by Mark Taylor, or Member Taylor and Member Cox, and that's all in favor. And that's carried, so we need a motion.
Moving faster than I am. It's just a simple motion to adjourn, that this meeting be and is hereby adjourned at 1:16, just for the sake of a minute, 1:16 p.m.
Mover and a seconder. Moved by Member McIntyre, second by Member Burkett, and that's all in favor. And we'll